welcome to day 13. Yesterday we did these 4 things. So we ran all the tests on the normal insight questions. So that's all our charts here. Show what that looks like. So I got all our charts, different types of questions that we can answer from our admin panel. It looks like the results are in. We got at the end of the day, it was 12 failed, 39 succeeded. So we're going to investigate that today. We added portfolio tracking yesterday. So we got asset performance and portfolio performance separate, and the graph works for the like when you purchased it and what price. We added some more things to today's brief. So if we look at yesterday's, normally wouldn't work on Saturday, but for the admin, we bypassed this. We added this market sentiment meter. It's not an original idea, but we have our own formula for calculating it. So, and then we added this calendar. So now we have important events that are coming up, dividend dates, just kind of FRED data that we get to like government data. See what else we do. Yeah, we're kind of fixing up our chart generation pipeline works. It's still not perfect, but it is the main like tough part of this platform. So, we're going to continue working on that. Hopefully we can get in a pretty good state in a few days. I imagine some of this is probabilistic, so it's never going to be perfect, the chart generation stuff. But if we can get it like 99%, we can answer all of our types of questions. I'll be happy. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new doc. So day 14. I'm going to go yank the other thing. Make this a little bigger. TXT, day 12. Oh, it's a MD. I am slowly learning them. One day at a time. See that? Cool. Okay. Day 13, MD. To do for today. Nice. Okay. Good stuff. So we're going to start with the running tests, and I'll show you guys what the deep insight questions are, if you haven't seen it yet. Oh, deep dive. It's deep dive. Hey, Nazim, how's it going? So there's going to be 3 plans. I'll put that in here. We're going to actually maybe work on that today too, which is Prism feed. Yeah, I'll show you. So basic, I think we decided on 19. Was it 19.99? Pro is 39.99, and then the Premier, which is going to have all the ideas we're selling. I'll show you the types of questions we would be able to answer on this page. So it's not only just this, but we have this alternative data from like mobile apps, from Google Play Store. We're going to add a lot more types of data, and then we're going to try to justify the most premium package, which will be $99.99. It'll be interesting. I think I'll pull up my notes here. If we can answer all of the questions we have on notes, I think maybe we can start to justify this price. What is this? Whatever. Okay, never mind on the notes thing. I don't know. It's not opening the notes we already created. All right, so let's see, open docs. Cool, yeah, so we'll be able to answer all these types of questions. Actually, I'll go find the notes. It should be in the folder over here. Oh, found it. Good. I see. I see what has happened here. Cool. So these are all of the questions we think we could, if we can answer all of them by bringing in tons of alternative data sources, maybe we can start to justify. And then the idea is we show these questions on the front page, and if they click into it, we'll explain that this is our most premium option. There's like kind of more detailed questions about companies, like is the ad tier growing, sort of estimations and projections. I think the way that you sell people on this is you have to give out free stuff to know that they can see, to know that our data is good and they want more of it. So you maybe show some stuff on Twitter, maybe post some stuff on Substack, and over time maybe build a little bit of credibility. I think I'm gonna go ahead and copy this stuff into I'm gonna save this too. Save it in questions. Be a steal if folks can. Exactly. You know, when we're talking about people's money, right? It's like, maybe we can justify higher price tags as long as we give good data. Granted, we do have to frame it as like, this is our research. It's not like necessarily predictive, right? Otherwise, it could get a little bit dangerous. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in, not this doc, but I'm gonna make a new doc. Yes. We're gonna call it deep research, deep dive research questions to answer. Or just this is good. I'll just save it all here for now. Let me delete this. We made an extra doc. Okay, day 14 MD. There we go. It's not day 14. It's day 13. Okay, we got it. Cool. So programming your day job? No, I'm doing this right now. So going all in on this. See how it goes. Building. If this doesn't work, we'll build something else. Kind of segment at a time to do this. Eventually, if we just keep failing and never can sell anything, then I guess I will go back to working. But I would like to do this. I think it would be cool if we could succeed. But I think even if I go back to working, I would still keep doing this because I actually do enjoy it. It's not too much of a grind, so. Okay, so I'm gonna test real quick before we continue the, well, I think number one, we probably shouldn't show this send to chat thing. This is for like if you're on the statistics and you're kind of wondering what stuff means. Send to chat. Oh, we should fix the formatting too, so. Let's do both of those things. Put it maybe in this. Put it in this one, so I'll clear this one. Because this was our sentiment cloud over here. Sentiment gauge cloud. So on the portfolio page, let's have the send to chat. So it should be only in the statistics and the news section. So the market intelligence. What do you guys think? Do you think it would maybe make sense? So right on our today's brief, you're able to send the charts to the chat. So if I click Ask AI, I can send it and talk about it. But maybe we could do the same for the graph. Ask AI, and then it sends. I think that could make sense. It's a graph, so it's kind of self-explanatory, but maybe if you are adding a bunch of lines like this, you're like, I don't really know what's going on. Or maybe it's kind of like a way to get people to start talking about their portfolio, something like this. This only supporting US stocks. Let's try some international ones. Let me pull up one. Let's see, was it like TIG or something? I think that's... Yeah, it didn't recognize it. So I think this is just the US stocks at the moment. We're using Y Finance, so... I guess, wait, what if we enter the... Hold on, the actual exchange it's trading on? Maybe it'll work. So London... TIG.LON or something. Okay. I could just ask. Let's see here. But it's over here on this one. With Y Finance, can we do international tickers? Okay, looks like we can do some. So we can do, looks like Japan. Maybe I got the exchange wrong for the TIG. It's like TSE or something. Let me try again. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what it says. I think today I'm going to upgrade my cloud code because it's been a week. I think it's time. I didn't really want it to make code changes. Let's see. What is it doing? Yeah, you got to be careful of that. Sometimes it tries to hard code stuff. Like, I did not want it to do that. So I'm going to discard those changes. What? Weird. Yeah, I'm going to remove that and stop it. Also made changes to the user service. Bro. Okay, good. Just these two things, I think. Cool. Just double checking. Yes. Okay, I'm just going to discard these two. And I'm going to commit so we don't do a good progress yesterday. Got our new gauge. So yeah, this is the gauge plus fixed multi-asset comparisons. Put this back over here. Always specify not to code. I'm going to do that. So please don't code. We're just asking a question. So I'll just wait till that runs. And then for what we're doing, right, so we're going to go to this page. All right, I was going to send this chat over here. I'm going to wait off on the idea of putting the ask to, send to AI for the... Actually, no, let's just do it. I think it's a good experiment. Can we add the... we have a Ask AI button on the charts on the today's brief page, can we also do this on the portfolio page for the charts? The portfolio charts. So the user can click Ask AI. It will send all of the context of the graph, not everything, not all the data points, but it will send the actual image of the graph. So you're going to use the matplotlib library can to take a picture of the graph, and you're going to actually send that to AI. So it's multimodal. So we're going to send that, and then all of the existing context that it sends is acceptable, because it already sends a bunch of stuff about the user. However, it should also send like things like Sharpe ratio, like the things specific to their portfolio if we haven't already. So now we're going to figure out which one I want to do it in, because I don't want to erase. I'll just create a new one. My context. So currently we have this test. It's called test all templates. We're going to make another file exactly like this, but it's going to be for our deep dive questions in this page. It's going to be exactly the same, essentially, running through all the questions, outputting it into a separate HTML doc, though. But yeah, other than that, should work exactly the same way. Sends it through the pipeline. So I'm just going to let that run in the background. So this was our last. I'll open this so you guys can see it in a more visible way. So we can go through, and we're going to go through and fix all the ones that I think there's two problems with this. Number one, it seems to be biased towards charts. Oh, so this is an example of it choosing. Interesting. Okay, great. So some of these, there's just bugs like selected the chart, but then it used the bar chart. So we're going to figure that out. The earnings season one. Yeah, these are all the seasonal ones failed. This one is right. These are our histograms. These are wrong, I think. We looked at it earlier. This one's weird. So it seems it's more like 50% or not working. And so that's our baseline here that we have to improve. I think we saw one thing yesterday. It was doing something weird where it was actually doing like a regex thing. So we should go through the code base, remove all of that, because that's just it's just explicit. It's like hard coding in, checking in what the user says, and we're going to remove that because we're relying on the LLM to do that. So it's something you got to watch out for, right? Like, it really wants to hard code stuff, and if you're not paying attention, sometimes it's not great. So let's see. I'm going to keep running this one. So I'm gonna save this prompt for later. Yeah, okay, that's in the chat. So find that later. Okay, so finish the new tests. So we're gonna just run those. Cool, what's the command to run this? We want to not stop on failure, and we don't want to skip anything. So it has some flags it created over here. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Actually, I'll just run it over here. I think already in the source. So. Okay, there it goes. Okay, that will be running in the back. We do our other stuff. So it's going to create a new page like this for the individual stock questions. I'm going to start with the thing where it's like not choosing the right chart. This one worked for the recovery path, so something happened with these types of questions. Okay. Before I do that, I think the very first thing we do is fix this regex stuff, because that actually might be the problem, right? So I'm going to search through the code base and we're going to find where it's doing that. R. Oh, we didn't answer your question, Nazim. Sorry about that. Let's do that. So does Y Finance support international stocks? So give me an example of a few I can try. I don't do any code. Don't. So in the execution, I'm going to clear this one. So clear. In the execution engine, we're doing a lot of regex. We do not want to do any regex throughout our pipeline. Like, this is something we are not going to explicitly take patterns out of the questions. We're going to rely on the LLM to choose those patterns. So before we change it, point that we are doing regex, and we're going to go through them and eliminate them. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I see. TIG.L is what it is. Let me see. Oh, cool. That worked. Nice. What happened here? I guess it's a really... Huh. I wonder why I did that. .L100. It goes down to 11,000. Oh, nice. We have an ASCII button. Save that for later. For some reason, there's like a huge dip on the when we add TIG.L. Not really, right? But well, hey, coding. What does your platform do so far? Can give you a newsletter, personalized to your portfolio. Tells you your portfolio performance relative to the benchmarks. You can do research, and we can generate cool graphs. Our goal is to answer all sorts of different types of questions, and give them lots of data they can attach to their conversations, like up-to-date data that's being scraped every day. You can like attach Duolingo recent app data and talk about it. You know, LLMs may or may not have it, right? If you're talking with Perplexity or something, they might be outdated by, who knows, 6 months. Yep. We spent a bit of time. It's like, right now we tweet every day. We don't have one for today because it's Sunday and also I haven't generated it. But we tweet the charts on our Twitter. And we're going to add today, that's something we're going to do, is today's brief should be macro plus individual company that the user owns data, the graphs. This is mostly going to be towards retail people. Institutions, you know, they have their own alternative data sources that are going to be way more in depth, right? So there's more an accessible option. But kind of solves 3 different problems we figured. Solves the problem of customizable, getting newsletters that you actually care about. It's kind of annoying when you sign up for newsletters. They send you so much other stuff that like you just want to know certain things, right? So this is one problem. The next problem is like portfolio tracking. It's hard to get all the statistics if you have a lot of different brokerages. You have to plug it all into Excel, you know. And then the third problem is getting this type of data. I noticed that on Twitter, a lot of people have followed accounts that ask these type of questions, and they frame themselves as a research company. And we're going to do a similar thing for this, and we're also going to give charts of other types of data too, like maybe jobs data, the app data that we just brought in. So it's going to be a bunch of different stuff. Speaking of that, it would be maybe cool if we could backfill our app data with some API today. Because right now we only have the stuff we collected for a few days, so it'd be nice if we could just backfill it for a year or so, a couple of years. It might cost a little money though, unfortunately, to do that. Okay, so we got all our regex that we're gonna get rid of. So we have it in, looks like mostly all here. Great. So it's all the problems that we're trying to remove right now of it kind of like hard coding stuff is in the same place. So we're gonna go ahead and remove that. It's something the AI likes to do. You just have to be wary of it and read. Good. Yes, can you explain your plan here? So how are we going to remove this? What was it doing before and what would it do after? What are your websites so far that make you money? Sorry, it's kind of cold. So I have one thing. It's just the inflation calculator, and it's just kind of funny because it's the simplest one, but it makes only, you know, you could say 1,500 to 2,000 a year. So you know, it's nothing. It's nice. It's a calculator, but you know, it's nothing too crazy yet. But I think one of the things though is we spent a lot of time working on just things that were fun. Like we worked on this game, so this was kind of fun. We added a ton of features, and then we ended up removing a lot of features, and it's just you know, not really things that were making money, at least the beginning of the channel, right? But I think I will go back to this if we do successfully achieve our goals, and maybe some people can work on it with us. We can all work together. Yeah, for a calculator, yeah. I mean, it's not livable, right? But it's okay. So we're gonna see how this works. Also, let me know, guys, if you want me to change anything as far as like whether the text should be bigger. I get it's kind of hard to read a little bit. Could make this smaller, I suppose. I'll just do this. Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly, let's do that. So the original implementation it did is really quite bad, right? Like it explicitly gets gets what the user, like it parses out their question. Did they say rolling correlation? If they said that, then we're gonna send to the LLM to make this chart, right? But we don't have to do that. We can just be like, LLM infer what they want to do. Right, open to. Yeah, absolutely. That was actually the goal originally with streaming, is I wanted. Well, it was a mix of things, but eventually it evolved into I would like people to join the stream that would want to work on this project, and then we'd have like 5 or 6 people working on it every day. That would be super fun. And I just keep streaming, and we build like community of people working on this game, and we just keep doing that. We'll keep making more and more games. The problem is games are still really labor intensive. takes a long freaking time to make games, but if we made a community of people who could jump from game to game, that would be fun. We could publish a lot of games, and eventually you'd make money, you know, presumably. But the thing about a game, it's so risky as a single person endeavor. So it's not really, you know, some people succeed, but they're super outliers. All right, let's see what it's doing here. All right, and we were running our tests. Let's see how that went. Oh, it's still running. I want to make sure I'm not going too crazy with my billing. Okay, yeah, just $1. We can handle $1. But I think we're going to change the chart pipeline to a Flash model today as well to test that out. Because we made it so this chart pipeline, we reduced the amount of code the LLM has to generate. So I'm curious if it can work with the Flash model acceptably. So Model 2 Gemini 2.5 Flash to test or chart pipeline. Hey, look here. So right now we're doing this right here. Are you dev in your day today? I was a dev. Right now I'm doing this. ATCM, welcome back. Back to the club. Also, if any of you guys are interested, feel free to join our Discord. It's in the description. Good backfill. Which thing do we want to do? So we're doing this right now. Doing this right now. Oh, right. We added this thing over here that we should test. So I'm going to ask AI. Yeah, that kind of works. Just change the color scheme. Cool. So let's see what the AI says. I was waiting for your live. Cool. So that's cool. It gave me a little analysis of my portfolio performance. Nice. You see, not everyone really knows, hey, what does it mean to underperform, overperform, whatever, you know? So it's kind of nice maybe for people to get that. Hey, how did it actually do? You know, some people are happy, you know, maybe with just like a few percent a year, you know, they kind of give it to a few people, you know, maybe some financial advisor or something. So maybe this kind of thing, this kind of analysis is helpful to them. They're like, oh yeah, you know, actually maybe I should be a little more aggressive, or maybe the opposite, right? Maybe they were too aggressive but with that said, I think we should put a little bit of a disclaimer on this particular, we should always put a disclaimer. We do sometimes on these charts. And then we do also make sure not to give recommendations. But as far as like telling the user, hey, your portfolio is bad, gotta be a little careful. So I don't see anything too, this is pretty just data. It's nothing like, how many tools are you using? I'm using Cloud Code. And that's pretty much it at the moment. And Gemini, anti-gravity. I use it for design stuff. So don't make any code changes. Let's just talk about it. I'm just curious, why would the chart do this? So right now we're investigating. When I add this particular stock, it's an international company. Like no one trades it. It's like, I don't know, like very little. It did this to the graph. So I'm not really sure if it's related to the fact that it's just like super low liquidity, or if like, what exactly is going on here? Oh, that makes sense. So with this particular stock, it has bad historical data, maybe. Because when I remove it, it fixes the graph. Let's add another international company. Can you give me more international companies? So maybe something in like Japan. So can you tell me, how does this work now? Is it, we are just purely relying on the LLM to choose the chart, right? We still tell them the patterns, however. Like we can look in the code real quick. You know what? I'm going to add a system prompt. There are two things I wanted to do from now on that are very important, because we've ran into this problem a few times now. I think it's finally time to make a system prompt that we do have one, but add to it. So let me add this to our doc. It's called prompts.md. We're going to put it in system prompts. Never do explicit parsing without asking the user, user for validation. So I'll put in regex. Never hard code data or add edge cases without asking the user for adding multiple edge cases. We can maybe do one, right? That asks for validation. Never do something, never, we'll just add this one, just added testing. I think we added something a long time ago like this, but never add code that is not maintainable without validating with the user. And I'm going to clarify that long term. Another very important thing, it always likes to make sure things are backwards compatible. So, you know, right now we just like nuke the database every time we make a change, because it's like, who cares? 5 people, no one's using us yet. So for now, I'm going to put this like, don't worry about backwards compatibility. As for the database, but validate with the user. Still, we're continuing. And it does this with code too, though, right? So it tends to put in and leave code that was there before that it should remove because it wants to be backwards compatible. And I'm just going to put the end. The user is the developer is in a testing phase, so it is acceptable to remove code that is no longer used. And what we're also going to do is we're going to take this. There's one more thing I wanted to do. What is it? There's another thing it does. come to me later. So I'm gonna. So we're gonna yank this, and we're going to ask for this prompts to be. I mean, these system prompts to be improved. We're gonna also try another international ticker. That's Toyota. I don't know what cost is. Oh, that's kind of, yeah, our cost base is in dollars, right? Does that, no, I don't think it matters. I'll just maybe put it a little farther back. Okay, cool. I think that worked. Using anti-gravity daily. Nice. Gallup is 4.5 to do everything. Yeah. Yeah, I've not had good luck with Gemini 3 recently. I mean, it's anti-gravity recently. I use Gemini a lot on my browser when I'm just asking questions about everything, you know. But for some reason, anti-gravity is really slow for me. It takes forever. So I rarely use it, just for design stuff. So these are going to be our system prompts, but I want you to look through it and give me an improved version. We want it to be, we want this to be optimized for clarity. Sure, let's add Novo Nordisk. I do not know the ticker. VO. Looks like it came in as 0. I'm curious. It could be a white finance thing. We're going to change who we're using. Interesting. Did I enter the wrong ticker? Interesting. What could that be? Let's ask. Okay, we got our new system prompt. Nice. This looks pretty good. Yeah. That's basically it. So we're going to delete these. And then after, we're going to figure out what happened with Novo Nordisk. So I'm going to put these in our system prompts. Can you please add this to our cloud global system prompts? Clarifier. Way to skip word. Cloud code. Cloud code global. Okay, so now I'm going to take a screenshot of, well, I'll just send it. Oh, cool. So this worked well, the Ask AI for the chart, but it didn't match the color scheme. Is there any way we can factor in? It's not an important change. I don't care. So right now, if you click in Ask AI, it's just a different color, but it's fine. I want to push commit first before I do anything else. Okay, that's still running. HTML also added a library for the screenshots. Okay, add a button. That's fine. Probably don't want to commit this yet because we need to test it out first. I just realized we made a change while our tests were running, so that's not great. I should have waited till the test finished and then ran it again, because now it's going to be a little bit confusing. It's all right. We'll just have to run it again. Oh well. So I'm not going to commit this yet because we're not sure it works. But this is fine. This is the test. So okay. So test plus portfolio, send to chat, and I think that's it. You got the 200 max. Yeah, nice GMD. Yeah, for me that was a splurge. I was like, man, that's crazy to spend that. But the way I justify it is like I might just do it for a month, right? Then I'll switch back. So in my mind, it's like it's not like I'm doing it forever. But I don't know. I mean, it's amazing. I never would have thought they would have been able to get me to spend that 200 a month. Like when I saw that, I was like, there's no way I'd do that. But you know, they gotta sponsor me, giving them free. Like, hey, you know, like maybe JMD wouldn't have bought anything. So what the heck. Okay, let's see if it added the system prompts there. And then we were also going to figure out Novo Nordisk. So let me do that somewhere. I'll do it over here. And over here as well. I need more windows open. So we added Novo Nordisk, and it's coming in as 0 from Y Finance. Any idea? I'll just attach a screenshot as well. Yeah, Google Pro plan. Nice. That's cool. Get it for free. How me buying AI? Yeah. It's crazy, right? Why do we need to extract the assets? And I mean, wait, you're saying, oh, the LLM is extracting the assets, right? We're not actually doing it. Just making sure. You're using your GitHub. Nice. That's good. You'll see. Once a little bit of a learning curve for sure, but just know it exists that there are CS grads that come out that can't use Git. So you know, don't feel too like I've seen it. So you know, so people study it for years. They never took the time to learn it. It's a little strange. So there is a little learning curve, but once you get it, it's very, very helpful. I couldn't do this without it. I would get in a hole and it would be very frustrating. Okay, cool. This looks good. I'm just making sure it does what I think it does. I think it does now, so. Yeah, GitHub Desktop is great. But even for me, you know, it's just nice to be able to read the code in a nice format. I like it a little better. I'm gonna keep it unminimized though. So right now it's running a little script to I think it's going to run a little script to fetch Novo Nordisk and see what it returns. I'm guessing it's just a Wi-Fi nets problem for this stock. I don't know why though, because it's not even an international. I mean, it's on the New York Stock Exchange, so don't really understand why it wouldn't show the price. Okay, let me check what we're doing next. Let's see if the tests are still running. They are. I make sure it's not stuck anywhere. So we're on 48 of 69. We can go ahead and, I guess, see how it's doing so far. Just putting it all in charts. I just opened the report page. Oh, I think it's going to output the report page at the end. I wish I would have created a new folder. Should have specified that. So these are all the old tests. Did it create a new folder? I don't see it actually. Oh, here it is. Great. Create a new folder. Okay, that looks good. Oh, cool. Wait, what? Forward 3-month returns? Okay, this chart doesn't really make sense. That's a huge freaking table. Jesus. Okay, this one's fine. Granted, how useful is that? This should probably be limited in time range because it should be like, you do like 1 year, 2 years, not the whole historical scenario where the first time it happened. Okay, yeah. So it shouldn't create a chart when there's no historical data for the scenario. It should just say, hey, it's never happened. So buying Meta, big earnings dips, unfortunately, after dropping 10%. Okay, that's not bad. This one didn't work. The chart is not the one we should choose. Yeah, so that's the same problem as before, so fix that kind of issue. We should limit the amount of, I guess you call these the points that we're putting into our charts. Sure there's a term for that. Looks like it's not doing a horrible job, but there's definitely some things to fix. Oh, this is not prompts that work well. So we did this. We removed the I don't know if this will work because it's on another line. Oh, it does. Great. So I'm stopping that one because it's not really it's not able to figure out what's going on there. Oh, now it worked. So it was just some Y Finance thing. So Novo Nordisk loaded in with the price. I had another one just to check, but yeah, that looks good. Oh, this isn't quite what we want. I'm just realizing. The reason is like, let's say you buy a company, right? The chart kind of shows that you're outperforming. This number is always right. But as far as the chart, like you compare it to the other indexes, you'll feel like, oh, I'm doing amazing. It's like, no, you just added money to your portfolio. So you're not really doing anything. We also should have a button for cash. Cash works, but oh, does it? Doesn't work. Interesting. Let's add that. Do I have to reload cloud code for these system rules to take effect? You have 2 branches open. Main and development. We're dedicating. Yeah, that's one way to do it for sure. That's actually more professional than how I'm doing it. Like, usually create like some branch for new feature, something like this. Merge to main. I usually create branches when I want to come back to something later. Like some feature I was working on, but I couldn't quite get working, so then I'll create a branch and move it over there. Let me check something. I think it's possible what we did here in this code will fix a lot of the problems that we saw on the first set of tests. So I'm going to rerun our first set of tests, which is our basic questions. We have our advanced questions that we're running now and our basic questions. And I think if we're no longer hard coding stuff into the which charts to use, then maybe it's going to choose the right charts. It's worth exploring. But maybe I should just run a quick test first on one of the ones that failed before I run the full thing. I'll go into our data. So let's look at our report. Let's look at one that clearly chose the wrong chart. So that is this one. So I'm going to go into the research tab. I'm going to ask it there and see if it comes up with the right thing. I never think before of using GitHub Desktop to check changes while using the CLI. Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't. Oh wait, docs. I missed some questions, but yeah. So definitely invest in a bit of time in your workflow because if it feels nice, you're gonna be excited to work in the morning. So makes me happy because everything's really smooth. It feels much smoother now for like changing my to-dos, and so I kind of got a nice little flow going. So it looks like we got an error, so that's interesting. Let's go look. Look, worked before, so curious what happened here. So I asked, excuse me, I asked this question. Talking too much, voice cracking. And this is the result I got. I got an error on the front end. When a user attaches the data, let's put on their chat, like on the research tab, when they attach some data like the macro, etc., it should put in their message that they sent that they attached this data, similar to how the result has what data was attached when it comes back. Yeah, same here, TCM. Yeah, I use a Warp for the terminals, like running it, because it's kind of annoying to have to switch between the tabs on like anti-gravity or something. But that said, though, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of Warp because it's a little slow when I'm typing. Like, I don't know. I think some performance issues. In their chat UI. And Doksham asked, are these agents working together? I always make sure I'm editing different files with each cloud code. Otherwise, you'll get some weird stuff happening, probably. So I think this jack is good to send. I can't think of why it wouldn't be. Really? Oh, interesting. We caught a problem where we're loading in an ETF that... Why do we even need this list, though? Can you explain why do we even need an explicit list like this? Where we're like saying what ETFs and individual companies we allow? As far as the questions go, what's the point of that? So I think I'm delete this chat. Yeah, I'm just trying to, we don't really need to hard code it, right? Because when the user asks, or I mean, when we get a question on data that we don't have, we can just call. I can't remember. I think maybe we did that on purpose, though. Let me see. So can you show me where we're storing this data explicitly? Like on, because if we're storing it locally, I can see how the data looks, because there might have been a reason we limited which companies we can ask for at the moment. Okay, so it should show the me attaching the data in the message now. Let's see. Great. Well, I wanted it to be below. Can you make it below the message? Same as the response? While pushing to GitHub first time yesterday, told me that the excluding files from getting more. Nice. Yeah, if you push big enough files, it'll fail. You have to like explicitly do a command to allow it, but it's like that's for like videos and stuff though, not text. Cool, that looks good. I'll commit that. Hey, the Keno, how's it going? I just realized I need to switch back to main. Whoops. Gross. That's fine, we'll fix that. But first I'm going to, well, we'll fix this first. I know, I'll just merge it. Fine. Can you fix the merge? I'll do it in this one because it knows the information. Can you fix the merge conflicts? And this is one of my favorite aspects of AI. I don't have to do merge conflicts anymore. We should prefer our current, granted this one's easy, you can just say prefer the incoming changes. So this is not a complex merge conflict, let me just do that actually. How do you do it? And I think you do it over here. I don't remember, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna run the command. I don't want it to mess up actually for this particular. Sometimes it's fine, but can you give me the commands to git merge but accept the incoming changes? Which git tool is this? This is GitHub Desktop for now. We've been working from 4 months. It's actually a big project. The Keno, we're working on making it so we can answer more and more charts, make questions, and generate charts for it. But also, we added some new things. So we have like a sentiment analysis. I gotta enable it. I think I disabled it. Oh, right. We haven't merged stuff from the other branch. So I'll wait and then I'll show you once we fix the merge conflict. I am going to do it myself. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Right, so this is the bad stuff. Good. Incoming change is nothing. Just a space or something. I just remove it. Oh, no, no, this was removing it. Yes, exactly. Remove this. Not it. Okay, we resolved that one. Let's go to this one. So the goal is to not get in this scenario. I just was accidentally committing in the wrong branch. And then when I merge back, so you guys might run into this if you're using branches, just make sure, you know, to remember what branch you're on when you're committing and stuff. So these are stash changes. That looks good. So you just move this. Okay, we have done it. Oh, is there more? It's good to me. Do you see any existing merge conflict in? I don't think so, but double check. Oh, it's a GitHub desktop for the thing I'm using. It's like a little nice UI for it. Oh, I just missed a change here. Cool. So it should be good to go. Okay, I'm gonna merge new changes. Why is there more merge conflicts? What the hell? Okay, I think I understand. It's removing some of that stuff that was causing issues with go ahead and fix the merge conflict in. Take our current conversation into account. We're removing the regex. We're doing it based on just passing it to the LM. The LM, the same strategy as what you've done. Just remove any merge conflict problems with this, and we'll take a look what it does. So it's just these two files. Okay. So let's see. What are we doing next? So that's our mobile app data. We're going to add that. Just waiting on the merge conflict. And then I will continue. Okay, cool. Let me look. Should have deleted all of the... Okay, good. So is it choosing the chart types that are existing in... Mm. Also, why did you remove the asset identification part? Also, are you making sure that we're passing in to the LLM, hey, choose which chart type, and we list all of our charts? Just making sure it didn't remove that. Split monitors. I use my laptop, and then I got my monitor here. So the way this should work is we have a set of patterns, so you need to validate that. We have a set of patterns, so go through the whole flow there, that are attached to a chart type, an array of chart types. And the LLM chooses which chart to use. However, if the user does say they want an explicit chart, we prioritize that. We shouldn't hard code any logic. I think I'm going to read this. These prompts. Here we use warp. Yeah, I have warp here. It's pretty good. I use it for just the terminals. It's just a little slow for typing, and other than that, it's pretty good. Mm. No, it doesn't. Let's build a document about how this works. So create current architecture.md, and should go through the whole flow, starting from when a user asks a question to when we actually get the chart out. And it's in that document, talk about what we're talking about in the prompts and the general strategy here. And also for every section, include the files for what it's doing. We have to go through and go through this and take out some stuff, because I think we've added a few things that are not good. So it's sort of this part of what we're doing today related to the regex stuff. Yeah, it is a little bit. I watched a video, I think it was Bridgemind's video about warp. And then I was like, okay, well, cool, I can drag it around, I guess. And it's like, okay, it can send commands, but it's a little slow. I think I just have it here because I can very easily see everything. I don't need to switch through the tabs if you have multiple running. So this is cool, right? You see, even though this portfolio had a great return, it actually wasn't a oh, it was a reasonably good risk reward, but it's not like super great because you had such high volatility. Such high amount of jumping around. If I change this, it probably should change the Sharpe ratio and everything. Okay, this. So this should be negative. So it looks like our Sharpe ratio is it's a little wacky. I wonder if it's because it's just taking maybe the first of every month or something. Yeah, this looks good. This is what we want to do. Yep. I think the problem is once we get to this like execution engine, if the question engine looks good, then it has some stuff that I'm just confused why it has this execution engine. You're an expert Python developer for a financial backtesting application. So I think we need to reconcile the differences between our question, our question prompt is to we get a response from the LLM there, and the differences between when we actually create the charts, because this is kind of like a little bit different from each other. We shouldn't have a default. That's causing us to get too many same charts. Oh, I see, matches. Yeah, definitely remove defaults on that. So looking at the architecture document, let's redo it because let's create a new document called new architecture. We're going to redo the execution engine. It should match our goals for the question engine. The general idea is look at this document. This has our plan for how we want this to work, right? So we created another document that's, luckily we did, so we don't have to explain everything again for how this should work. Right now, it looks like the execution engine is like focused on the backtesting part of our application, right? But it's not actually taking into account our real goals with the application. So take a look at that document. We're going to create a new document called new architecture.md and correct it. Secondarily, with the question engine, there should be no default chart. This is what's going to allow us to create some variance in the charts that we create. Okay. Yes, it found some good problems too. One thing to note, however, is we're only going to support two of the computation types for now. It's just going to be the backtesting and the in-period questions, as well as another category of question. Let's go ahead and update that document, the computation types document. So the two that we should have right now are the backtesting, are the forward returns type question. I'm just gonna type it out because I don't want it to misunderstand me. Are the So the way this should work Let me change the song here. For forward returns type question, in period type question. In admin insights. Okay, so I'm going to try to redesign some of this. Architecture redesign.md. Hey, how's it going, Frostwalker? Let me look at this doc again. Let me read the new one. Yes, exactly. We're missing the third one with our when we redesigned it. Hmm. Let me write this out myself. So the current flow. User asks a question. Right? The first thing the LLM has to do is figure out which data to use to query based on the question. The user may or may not attach it. Like, for example, our today's brief, right? Well, actually, let's just make an assumption. Let's just say we always attach it. Today's brief will just randomly, we'll just for now always attach that one data set. So that eliminates the first part, kind of simplifies it a little bit. You delete to go back. DB. It's kind of slow. I can do 3 dB, I think. Oh, nice. Okay. LLM chooses which pattern this question fits under and chooses chart type. And we just use the chart type. Seems pretty simple. Pattern this question fits under and use the chart type from our chart logic to generate the chart based upon what user has chosen. I guess I'll also list the types of questions. Oh, I missed an important part. That's So I'm going to take what this is, and I'm going to now look. Well, I'm going to ask it actually. Sure, it's not that. Can you explain why do we have to segment it out? Why can't we just do it this way? Okay, I can't copy it like that. I gotta yank it. Right, exactly. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go ahead and create this new architecture doc. Call it V2. I think that makes sense. It's like we just have to make, well, I'm just going to wait till it makes it, then I'll read it. Then we'll see if it makes sense. There's a good chance, I think. I think we, like it said, I think we kind of over-engineered it a little bit. So it's too flaky. I'm going to go get a coffee while that waits. Okay, so should have created a new doc. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense to me. To provide the available data. Well, it's a little tricky. We can't provide too much data. So we actually do have to do an iteration of data collection to know what data to attach to this prompt. Oh no, right. We're assuming they attach the data, in which case we're okay. We're kind of outsourcing that step to them. But in the future, maybe we can add an extra step of like figuring out what data to attach. Extra iteration. Yeah, this is much simpler and it kind of makes sense to me. I think before it's like just a little bit too, just everything is like, we're trying to do a lot of things at the same time. Like we tried to separate it out into each type of question and it's like, okay, I don't know. That doesn't seem like the best way to do this. Kind of makes a lot more sense. So we tell the LLM what data to output, and then we'll just take that and use it for our charts. Or rather, what script to write that generates the data in the right format, and then we take that. Not quite. Okay, so modify this v2 doc. We are still going to do iterations on the script, right? So we're going to try to validate it. So we will run it, see if we can get results. And so we do have a little bit of validation that we're doing as part of the pipeline. To get rid of, we do have validation. We're going to keep the config about how the pipeline works because we should be able to configure some things. For example, whether the LLM's going to generate the questions. No, let's not do that. Let me look at the current config here. Okay, this makes some sense. So do that validation, make sure the chart is working. So I'll let it finish editing that. We'll look again. Now look at our, what do we have? Is there a way to have tabs and NVIMs? That way we can have two docs open and just switch quickly between them. How will this work for the today's brief? So that way we can just like generate 3 random questions as well. That maybe be a separate, we make that a separate pipeline there, which is just like question generation versus the actual, feeding those into the, I think we probably should. It should be 2 separate sections. So let's make a document for that too, on how that will work. So start with the today's brief. Also include in this document how this will work for the I'm kind of misunderstood because I didn't clear the context. So that's my bad. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Can you explain why do we need min occurrences? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, remove that. Well, actually, I guess the min occurrence is if it's 0, that means we yeah, let's remove that. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove that. Also, for the today's brief, let's make a small change, which is that after we generated the 3 questions, the pipeline 1 should take a look at those questions that we take look at the results of those questions. The actual heck is it doing? What the heck? I asked if I could have multiple tabs in NeoVim, and it made this. That's funny. I'm gonna remove that. It's hilarious. All right. Can I have multiple tabs in NeoVim where I can switch between the pages quickly? No code. I'm asking you a question. Oh, thanks. My expectations. Let's take a look at this. Does skew your averages. Interesting. Let me look here. I'm reading about it here. I suppose it's okay as long as it's not too smooth, right? Like, so let's maybe try to figure out how smooth Y Finance. I mean, granted, we're not using Y Finance in the final product. So it's more of a testing thing. But definitely worth exploring. Thanks for the information. I know that. That explains why. Very generous. Some optimization stuff. So tab new. Oh, cool. Yeah, you can. Oh, cool. So on NeoVim, if I do tab new. Nice. Okay, how do I, so go to the next tab, go to previous tab. Oh, I see, I see. Hey, that's pretty cool. Neat. Okay, then I quit, it goes to the, I guess you can just create a new tab in the terminal. That's fine. It kind of does, yeah, that's fine. That doesn't matter. It's actually in the notes, so you command 1, command 2. Very nice. I like that. Okay. This is our, we'll keep our to do, and then here is like state 13 now, so. Okay, cool. If any of them are not good, then it just keeps regenerating it, running another question through the pipeline. However, there is a max retry. So if we cannot get good questions for the day, maybe we'll have a config for that pipeline as well, which will be like max retries, and it should be 3 for each question. That's where we'll use the min occurrences. So the min occurrences, we're going to switch over to the pipeline 1. We're going to call it today's brief pipeline. Based on this discussion, create a new document. It's going to be like the explanation of the new architecture v3. So right now we're redesigning. The way it worked before, not good. Not good. Everything was just kind of just put together in one pipeline, and like all the today's brief stuff that we were doing, like hard coding a bunch of data. I mean, not data, but the questions, patterns. But we're gonna try to simplify it so that way we can achieve our goals. Then we're going to rerun our tests. So the main thing we're going to do today is redesign pipeline, the chart gen pipeline. Today's brief has its own section, has its own, which we'll call the chart gen. We'll call it the question chart gen. Service or something. I don't know. Just call it something. I'll just call it pipeline. It's fine. Not really a pipeline, I think. Oh, yeah, it is pipeline, technically. Hey Shri, how's it going? Yeah, you probably need, you know, enough to do, and probably, you know, with how long this kind of stuff takes, you need a long enough runway. So it depends on the person, you know. Say a year, right? 2 years. I guess it depends on what your risk tolerance is, right? Some people might need 10 years, right? Everyone's a little different. If you're going to try to do this or do something like, granted, you know, should you, and that's a whole nother question, right? Should you quit and do it? That might not be for everyone, right? Like, if you do that, and like some people, if they get a lot of anxiety and all sorts of things, you know, then maybe not, right? Maybe you should try to do it on the side. So I think everyone's different, right? So you got to kind of decide for yourself, you know, whether it makes sense for you and your situation and what your goals are, where you live. I mean, that's a whole other thing, right? Every place could have different sort of situations for the job market and things like that. I feel reasonably confident if I wanted to, I could. It might take me, 3 to 6 months, but I feel like eventually I would be able to get a job. But not everywhere in the world that is possible. Yeah, so I think it's just totally. I can't really give too much advice as far as that goes. But yeah, as far as my situation, yeah, it's like I have a bit of runway, but at the same time, it's like it works for my situation. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to read this document here. That shouldn't validate quality until the end. Oh, I see it. Okay, got it. It's saying it's going down and then coming back. And there. Yeah, that's exactly right. So this is right. This is what we want for today's brief. LM, this is what we're attaching. Generate questions based on the questions that we have in the patterns. And then we run this. Okay, no, this quality check should be in the validation. So fix that. Yeah, all this stuff should be in the validation. Pipeline 2 is like Oh, hey, yeah, Sunday morning. I missed, yeah, shit, shit. I mean, okay, I'm just be totally honest. I definitely made a mistake. I wasted a lot of time on this particular problem. And it was partly out of a little bit of, I think I trusted a little bit too much as far as the I think if you're doing a large feature, you need to do a little more planning, like a lot of changes. I think that's something I've learned. I just did a little bit too much trusting as far as this particular, like this is our most important part of what we're building, right? And so I probably collectively have spent maybe, I would guess, 8 hours on this situation. So that time could have been much better spent thinking more through it, designing it, then building it. Anyways, yeah. So that's just me saying this, but we're gonna fix it. It just require a little extra time, and we'll get there. But I think that's just me being a little bit frank about the situation with this particular problem. But we're trying something new. I think this makes a lot more sense. Generate ideas, correct it, the plan until you get to the final architecture, and then implement it piece by piece and validate that it did what you said. Have infinite runway. Nice. I don't know if you're joking or. Technically, no one has infinite runway, but I guess you mean till the end. In which case, yeah, that's a great place to be. Yeah, this is rough. This is roughly right. There's a few things though. The first part. Okay, let's go back to the other. I'm gonna first fix this though. So this one has a retry exactly like based on the quality, and this pipeline has a retry based on whether it actually generated a chart that's valid. Right? It's like two different retries. This is for our homepage newsletter thing. Right now, it's all combined into one. So that's one problem with how we did it. There are quite a few other problems with it that we will fix. So let me see. All right, so we're going to make two documents. One's going to be pipeline1.md, and then the other is going to be pipeline2.md. Actually, name those better. So it should be today's brief .md. Just create both of these based on our conversation and how they're going to be implemented. Actually, no, not yet. These should So then we're going to go through each of these. We're going to validate that they make sense. Then we'll start our redesign. And hopefully this will fix, so we ran all those tests. Hopefully it'll fix a lot of the problems we ran into with the charts that we generated. Like we ran into some with this type of question, earnings questions. Wait. There's a little bug there, the display. But this should probably update here. Okay, so these statistics aren't updating with the zoom, so we'll try to fix that. Looks like the key statistics and the portfolio performance don't update with the zoom. Specifically, okay, like cool, let's read these. Yeah, exactly. Yep. this all sounds pretty good. So the order that we would implement this, though, we're going to first implement the second, because this one is much harder. The question pipeline. Yes, exactly. I don't know about this. I mean, that's not really the core principle. I'm gonna delete that. I think that's what we'll have right now, right? So just one iteration. Based on, produces the data based on the data format, chart data format. Okay, good. Required output shape. Good. So it has the shape of the data that we need to generate the chart. That makes a lot of sense. Or each chart that we have. I think the LLM is smart enough to choose the right chart. Well, we're going to test that, right? Right now, the way our structure currently is we pass in a pattern of questions to an array of charts that work for that question, right? So we're providing them examples. We could still do that to some extent. Well, we're going to test whether it's capable of just saying, oh, this chart makes sense, and making sure it's not always choosing the same chart. If it doesn't work, well, we will provide the patterns again. I'm kind of worrying, like, if we just say this, though, is it going to know to do different types of periods? Besides just like months. Yeah, we do have to make sure this is... I think about it, we probably should spend a little more time making sure that's fine. Hey, Alicine, we're building a financial platform. You can make cool charts, track your portfolio, and things like this. I'm trying to understand this part. The heck? What I do? Why are we doing this explicit logic here? I thought the whole idea was that we're going to rely on the script. Is there a reason, I should clarify, the LM generated. Is there a reason we're creating these helper functions? I see. So it's saying that the reason why we're writing this code because it's too complex potentially for the LM to generate. Or I guess we would always have this part, right? Just not this part. I guess what I'm thinking is that the LLM builds the script and then we run it and it should match the pattern of the data. So I don't think we should add these helper functions. As long as we have the pattern of the data that we specified, then it should work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, update that document. We're going to try it. You know, if it doesn't work, it's fine, right? We'll just like undo it. But like if we really need these helper functions, I guess we just need it, right? But like at the end of the day, we want it to be very simple. And if we can achieve it, the helper function, sure, you might add a little bit of reliability for some types of questions, but you sacrifice being able to predictably generate new types of questions in the future. So I think it's pretty clear if we can avoid adding all of this specific to each question type of code, like, then we shouldn't. You know, worst case scenario, okay, the LLM just can't generate the question. It's like, okay, you just show like, hey, sorry, your question is too hard. But like, if we have a scenario where we're adding all these helper functions, then it's not even clear what's going on. At least we know for sure, hey, we couldn't do this because the LLM's just not smart enough yet, right? It's like, that's fine. We just return an error and we say, sorry, like, we could not validate your chart. It doesn't, couldn't come up with a good result. And we refund a credit or something, you know. I think that's fine. And then at least I know also when I'm debugging, hey, this is what's happening. Like, it's just the LLM. Like, maybe we add an extra helper function to try with a specific maybe, but that's going to be a separate part of the code. That's not, well, it just becomes like spaghetti. You just like add all this. We're going to keep it very simple to start. Is there a hotkey to refresh a document? Is there a hotkey to refresh a document in NeoVim? I'll just ask it Google. I wish I would have formatted that. So it should be any, the x-axis can be anything, right? It doesn't need to be a 1 month, 3 month. We shouldn't put the explicit years, because otherwise it's just going to always be years. And this is, yeah, let's validate that this is. Oops, forgot to. How risky is this? Is there any way we can do this safely? Yeah. That's true. Yeah, we could try this maybe. explore these two options. Tell me more about these two options. This does look pretty complex for the LLM to generate. That's probably gonna be really slow. How slow is that gonna be? This seems like actually really complex for the LLM to generate. Is it really always going to be this complex to get this data, the scripts to generate this data? Can you change this so it's formatted so I can read it? Give me some example scripts that it's going to generate for each type of question. Go through for each question at the bottom of this, like rolling correlation, etc. We're going to read roughly how complex these scripts are to generate these results. But make sure to format it so I can read it. Please add the example scripts to the doc so I can read it. So let's say we took this approach of the JSON file. I'm just curious. So this would essentially be, what would that look with our current structure? No, I don't think that's doable. Okay, so that was the document we're just on, actually. It's a question. It should be at the bottom. Bro. I wanted you to give me actual scripts that I can read based on each. So figure out how we would have generated the data and create a script. And so that way I can read how complex these are. So I'm going to read the scripts here at the bottom. Bro. Oh, good. Okay. So I thought it ignored me again. I was like, okay. So this is the script it would have to generate without any helper functions that we give it. Right now we're trying to figure out whether we should provide the helper functions or let it generate by itself. So I think this kind of script for it to one shot and not have any errors is pretty unlikely. So I think, although it would be nice if we could just have it generate the script, because we'd be able to not have to have specific logic for this stuff and keep it like a little bit flaky. I think this is, we have to. I don't think we could actually make these work. Okay, let's look at the others though. It's possible we don't need it for every one of them if it's simple. So definitely this recovery path, we need it. Okay, that one's pretty easy. So we maybe do a little bit of a hybrid where it's like for a lot of them, it will generate the script, but for the ones that we know are challenging, we will provide helper functions that the LLM can call. It's like our own little library. You know, if you think about it, it's kind of like that, right? Like right now the LLM's using pandas. So we provide our own little library that the LLM can call almost. And we just say, hey, here's the library. Here's how it works. Here's what you can do. And to simplify it for it. That kind of makes sense to me. For the gaps, like that isn't simple with pandas. All right, so let's modify this document. We're going to do a little bit of a hybrid, which is we're going to provide some helper functions for the hard stuff that we see. The comparison bar, the recovery path, the drawdown. We can think of this as kind of like we're providing a library for the LLM. The LLM should use these functions that we've already created to simplify, but we need to provide the documentation for the helper functions. So we're just going to do those three: comparison bar, recovery path, drawdown. Actually, let's make this a new document instead. Call it a question pipeline v2. Can you give me a TLDR version? This probably is acceptable. So what are the gaps here? Also, how used is this library? Is this a popular library? Yes. Okay, this is making more sense. I'm not even sure we have to provide all the code to the LLM. We can just provide how it works. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Hey, TCM, how's it going? That's true. That's true. Let me look at this again. Hmm. In this file, can you put in what the question pipeline dot conf or the YAML will look like? Okay, let me look at that. And I think we're getting closer. Where is it? Another file. Yes. How do I search? The bottom. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so make sure the periods, we're going to allow the LLM to choose so basically the x-axis, it should be up to the LLM. So update those helper functions. We should be able to handle arbitrary x-axis choices. So there's no default either. So modify that in the config as well. I guess we'll see how hard that is. I'm not really sure in the scripts. Yeah, they just make it in days. Will we be able to answer this type of question with this this pipeline structure? Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, right? We have a plan. We're making a plan. And now I'm going to run through all of the questions that we wanted to work with, types of questions. And we're going to run kind of like a fake test almost. It's like, given the current structure of this document, will this question work through, go through the whole flow? It's worth doing before we begin, in case we missed a type of question. So it's like super mock test. Okay, so look at all of the questions we have. What I want you to do is go through every single type of question and validate whether it would work with our new design. Don't make any changes though at the end. Tell me how many would fail. That makes sense. Let's just remove the, well, right, these are all earnings. We don't have that stuff. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so go ahead and remove the questions that we can't, well, who cares? Just leave it. Let me try another question. Let's see. What about a question like this? Go through the flow with the pipeline. See, does it make sense given our new structure? Yes. Yes, definitely. Let's add this one. Hey, saw dude. Guy is back. Back at it. Yes, it's true. There's some similarities. Add aggregator helper function too. Let's do that. I think we're doing it the right way now. I think this is. I think once we redesign it, this is going to be a little. It's going to be much better. We will see. That's weird. So, huh. So it was like working on this doc, and then it was like, there's a test that ran a long time ago. We ran yesterday, and I looked at the results of the test. Like, I didn't even know that. It's not. This was not in the. We didn't do that in this conversation. Pretty interesting. I guess it saved that it ran that a long time ago, and I was like, stored it in the my user profile or something. Let's add a new one. Take a look at this file. There are two here. They're types of questions that we currently can answer. It's the simulation one and then the aggregation one. First of all, what do you think? Can you give me some examples of types of questions we can't answer under this category given this file? I'm gonna make sure it understands what I'm talking about first. And then once it gives me the questions that we can't answer, then we will try to add those two to our plan. And then we will read it. Yes, exactly. Yes. So the way it worked before was LLM said, hey, this type of question, we're going to forward it to logic that's like hard coded, but we're changing it. So now it's like, LLM, you create the script that will use this library, that essentially a library that we're creating for the. So it's a slightly, it's kind of the same, but it's like slightly different in the sense that the LLM's generating code to run our stuff, but it's not like we're forwarding this request. It's like changing how it was written almost. Although this means that there's actually a lot less changes than what would have been required before, because it is very similar. Yeah, let's go ahead and add these two helpers. think we should make like a library document. So that way we don't need to pass the entire function every time to the LM. We can just give it a high level doc. Saves a bit of context, so it just sends what it needs to. Doesn't need to process all of the information about how it works necessarily. The ones that after we generate this plan fully, we're going to make a document for the changes we need to make to adapt to the new plan. So with this current flow, how does this question look? Okay, I'm going to give another question. Okay, so what happens during this question? Will it call a helper function for this particular question? What about this one? Is it going to work? What happens when the user Yeah, let's make a new helper. And here's what I'm thinking, right? Let's create a new doc. It's going to be library.md. What we're going to do is we're going to keep track of every helper we're creating. And we're going to give a high level overview of the API for the. So just the top level functions, the description of how the function works. It's like our Java doc. I'll ask more questions about which ones will work. Takes longer to edit text documents than actual code. I guess while we wait, we can do some UI stuff. Let's see what's going on here. I think we sent the text for the okay, we did. Good. Let's try it. So if I go here, nice, that works great. Except the dollar value is not right. Looks like the after tax is still not right, and the dollar value, make sure to update that as well when the user zooms in. I should have the S&P Sharp ratio and stuff like that. You can compare. That's might be a little tricky. For the periods. It's our interface. That's the word. Interface. So now we analyze the top level here. See if that makes sense. This will be an easy way to keep track of all of our special edge cases, helper functions we provide to LLM. I think it's a little weird to have in-period returns and period returns. It's sort of confusing. One thing I'm seeing that's kind of weird is like, with how we've done this is like, never mind, I think that's fine. I was thinking like, if each chart will need a different data model, but I think we, in our prompt, we're explaining that to the LLM. That it has to return, if it's going to choose this chart, it needs to return the right data in the right format. Yeah, this is good. Okay, one thing for the in-period returns, we actually have a working piece of code in our pipeline. So go ahead and compare what you've done now versus what currently exists. Don't make any changes. Let's discuss the differences. I think it's a little bit confusing. So you made a period helper and an in period helper. I'm not really totally, if I don't understand the difference between these two, the LLM probably won't. So can you explain to me when you would choose each and what does it mean exactly? We will get it. Just gotta put in the time to make sure it's right. Once we get the plan, that makes a lot of sense. What do you mean by the analyzer? So as you're going through this process, you know, the AI is gonna say stuff. Like, I think I over-engineered this. But you have to be the one to decide if that's true or not. I think it's just making up something. I think what it did just now makes a little more sense to me. So I like your approach, however. Here's what I think. I think you should just make the names of those functions a little more clear, right? Like one is a comparison period, one is an in period trajectory. Yeah. Yeah, let's update those names. So I'm deciding myself, like, hey, this other approach makes more sense, and we'll see if that's true or not. But to me, it does. So I renamed the file. It's now called interface.md. Okay, so now after it finishes this, I think we're going to. Okay, so now take this document. Can't see anything. Yeah. Why doesn't it show up? Confused. Question pipeline. That's what it's called. Question pipeline. V2. Oh, there it is. Did I misspell it? Okay. We're going to create a new doc called changes to make. This should be the plan for how we're going to adapt what we've currently done to what we're about to do. We want to simplify this pipeline and make everything aligned with our goals. We're going to supply the interface MD to the LLM. Currently, the execution engine, I think, will need the most changes to adapt to what we're currently doing. We want to separate all of our helper functions into a separate area of the code base. It's just going to be our call it our Prism chart library. Couldn't think of a better name. I'm changing the music. Nice. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I am Cowboy Bebop. Can you analyze the prompts of the execution engine? Because it seems to be not going to achieve our goals. I think throughout all of this, can we first of all make a part of this talk talking about how we're going to simplify the pipeline? Why do we need two question engine and execution engine part? Analyze that, please. So yeah, I was, yeah. I mean, this is an example of like once you really get into it, right? Like you're building something kind of hard, you kind of have to figure out like how it should work. Because, but if you are a software engineer before, that helps. If you have the knowledge there to sort of figure out how to simplify it. Because if you just rely on the AI, you probably won't get to a place that you could do something kind of hard. But you can make cool prototypes though, stuff. But with that said, we are relying on the AI to write most of the code. It's more about the plan, how we get it to do the right thing. Well, I don't agree with that. Okay, here's what I think we should do. We're going to not touch so modify the changes to make. We're not going to touch the existing pipeline. We're going to create a whole new one. And then, but the goal is to keep it very simple and maintainable. And it should be a totally different design. So give me, based on our goals in this, I'm going to attach the doc. Let's get more into the implementation details. So design the actual flow of how this is going to work with our new pipeline, and we're going to take a look. Oh, I see. Let me check. Oh yeah, you're right. It is frozen. Thank you. I fixed it. I restart the music as well. Thank you. Let me close some stuff. look at what we're to do here. So right now we're focused on these two at the top. All right, we're gonna do the attaching data thing. I think this looks right, but we'll do more. Can't do this one yet because it depends on these first two. Yeah, let's maybe work on that over here. Oh, but first, okay, it looks like this calculation isn't right. Something weird happened. It says the after tax is positive, but the nominal is negative. It looks like the whole thing's messed up actually. What happened here, do you think? Let's take a look. Yeah, I use Cloud Code. I kind of designed a little workspace here, so I have like where all the windows will go, and it's just like a hotkey. And I use NeoVim to kind of keep track of my to-dos. I just like open a doc. This is day 13. And it just kind of disappears when I click away, so that's kind of cool. And anti-gravity for the, Gemini 3 and anti-gravity for the design. So get some free credits there. So we're going to look at the implementation details. Yeah, we're gonna change this part, but overall, yeah. Takes in the question. What's the chart hint? Oh, that's if the user passes in what chart they want, I think. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and implement this. Create a new folder for this, and let's do it. Make sure to keep this in reference at all times. This document. So created two docs, kind of like one high-level plan, one implementation doc. I think that should work, maybe. We'll probably have some bugs and stuff though. I can fix this bug with the weird numbers. So if I do this. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna commit just the changes related to some statistics. Yeah, sure. So it's a AI research tool for your portfolio. So you get a newsletter every day with news specific to your portfolio and AI analysis, like upcoming calendar and cool questions and data that we make every day. It's going to be something specific to your portfolio and a mix of like macroeconomic kind of things. So we generated all these charts. You can customize the newsletter. You can choose, like, the idea is like there's a lot of newsletters that send you stuff you don't really care about. So you'll be able to choose what you want to see. There's nothing for today. And you get market sentiment we made, consider some things. And if you have any questions, you can click it and go to the chat. And then you can also track your portfolio. The problem is, like, if you have a lot of brokerages, it's kind of hard to keep track of the statistics. So you get all the statistics, like the Sharpe ratio, max drawdown. You can like zoom in on regions of your portfolio, like how did I do in this time range. You get like more specific information that you might not see on all brokerages. Some brokerages offer this, but yeah. So it's kind of like a mix of three problems we figured that this helps solve. It's sort of the elevator pitch. It's a bit long of an elevator pitch, but I guess it's a minute. Actually, elevator pitch is like a minute. That's like a minute. Okay, so that's probably about right. Cool. Thanks, Chedon. So right now I'm gonna commit all the docs. We're redesigning the chart generation stuff because we ran a test on all of our questions. We have this panel as all of our questions, and it failed a lot of them. And we kind of figured, hey, there's a better way to do this. It was like 50% success. We have about 120 questions. And we want to make sure the rest of the questions work. I'll show you the types so you can go in the chat and ask like these types of questions. Like just that's a simple one. This one. This one, and generate the charts. see here. I'm deleting some stuff. Oh, there we go. Cool. I'll be right back. While this goes, I'm gonna grab a coffee. Oh, I'm back. Looks like the thing finished. We gotta test it out. Oh, it actually made some tests. That's cool. I didn't even ask it to do that. Did the tests you ran did they actually call Gemini? Or did you mock this? So the way you implemented this, you didn't actually ever call the LLM to create the script. It's kind of an essential part of that implementation. I must have missed something in the doc. Oh, okay, but just talking about the tests. Did it actually? Okay, it actually does. How does it even mock the? Oh, they're just unit tests. Okay, gotcha. So it's creating some integration tests. Try it. I think it's okay to have tests for this particular. Spend some time creating tests for this particular thing that we're doing. Yeah, always. Well, at least for me, I put in environment a rule that it doesn't look at the .env file. Otherwise, it would have. Oh, it says it actually generated the chart. Let's go ahead and check that out. That's kind of cool. If it already works, I kind of expected there to be a bunch of bugs. Well, let's go ahead and do this, right? Let's ask it to go through all the 120 questions actually. If that works, then we're in business. I mean, if we solve this problem, then we're really on our way to, because I was kind of expecting this to take probably a day or two. Thanks, RJ. I do think though, so with our charts, our chart generation stuff, like what has happened here with how many times we rewrote stuff, all this chart generation, we would have benefited from planning from the very beginning. I spent a lot of time iterating with the AI, rewriting certain things, not realizing it did this. So the big feature here, I'm not sure. I think I still save time, assuming this works pretty soon. But definitely, like, I could have benefited from planning a little more instead of just kind of, just throwing questions into it. The other stuff, though, for sure, saved tons of time. I think it's just a general good rule of thumb. If you know something's going to be like a huge change, just to create these planning documents first. Just really review it, read it, understand it. Because, if you add a bunch of stuff accidentally, it can set you back a little bit. So just, if you like, let's say you're not a programmer or something, what I would do is just like create these docs. Just everything you don't understand. At the beginning, it's gonna be everything, right? You're not gonna understand a lot. Just like copy, bring it in, talk with it, understand. Kind of like, but it will take a while. Certainly, there's a learning curve if you're starting from the very beginning there. Oh, it's running these tests right now. This is kind of cool. It built all these tests and it's running and fixing the bugs as it goes along, which I'm okay with it doing because we created a whole separate section of code for this, so it's not like touching all our existing stuff. It's called scoping the changes, so you can just kind of experiment. You don't have to worry too much about it doing something really stupid. Okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to build tests, and every single of these integration tests should be all 120 roughly questions on these 2 pages. And this is going to help us a lot, right? Because we've made a lot of changes to the charts over time. We're going to run these tests every time we kind of dive into it, so we'll keep everything working. For each set of questions, make it another file. So you're going to create all these tests. But each, there's like categories of questions. You're going to create a new file, and then you're going to create a directory for tests on the admin insights, and then tests on the deep dives will be another folder in another folder. All the tests in those areas. I'm gonna make a new doc. I'm gonna call it notes to improve, but not in this area. Do it in our notes. Day 13. You know, I haven't really given the test-driven development a go thus far. So next time we're going to try writing a bunch of tests first. It'll be a good experiment. I think some people in the chat have said that. We'll do that for our next big feature, or if this works horribly, which we'll find out. But we are writing all the tests, so we'll be able to just like rewrite again with the tests in mind. It's worth a shot. Start with the tests first for a big feature.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars.
Wait, this song's actually kind of good. I'm making some new songs, if you're wondering what I'm doing. I'll maybe just bring it in here. only time you call. Doesn't really matter what it says.
Woke up late on a Sunday, no plans for the day. Grab my
These are pretty edgy lyrics. I don't know.
no chains can hold this
Oh, there we go.
a spark ignites where dreams collide beneath the stars. I carve my way, the world's alive. I won't obey.
I don't know, bro. Just put in some stuff. All right, let's generate.
Beneath the stars.
Yeah, these are pretty good. I like this one. I'm gonna keep generating these. All right, let's run all the tests.
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light. Dusk comes
Actually, let's just run one because it could be pretty bad. Do these output the images anywhere when we run it?
trapped in this darkened tale. When dusk comes, when dusk comes,
Skills are required. I'll show you.
consumes the light.
So I think if you're starting from the beginning, like no knowledge at all, I would just download a cursor or anti-gravity for the free credits. So this is anti-gravity. And every time you don't understand something, just chat with the AI and learn more about it. To do the things, some of the things we've done requires some, unless, okay, so if you're okay with it being buggy, you can probably do a lot, right? It's just gonna be very buggy and you won't be able to fix it. You'll be able to get like 80% of the way there. It'll feel like 80% of the way there, but you won't be able to solve the last 20% unless you have the ability to kind of like dive in and see, okay, how did we design this in a way that doesn't work maintainably? So for example, right, on this page, we had a lot of data. Not really sure why it's doing that. I think it's because we're running tests. Oh no, we didn't even start the tests. Change this. Hey, look at the back end here. What's going on here? Okay, I guess I'm going to restart it Let me look at Firebase real quick. Yeah, I'll just restart it. Not really sure why it's being so slow. Yeah, try a new browser just to see. Oh, yeah, new browser works. I'll just restart, just some sort of cache thing. Okay, so we go into research. Like, let's say you're working on this, and you're like, hey, I added all this stuff. Every time I add something new, it's not working. That's probably what you're going to run into at some point in your project. Be like, I try to add it, and it just like breaks, or it's just really buggy, or it just introduces other bugs, and it's just like everything's not working. It's because like you at that point, the way that it was, the thing about code is it gets more and more complex as you add more and more things. Unless you design it the right way, eventually you'll reach a level based on how much code you're trying to generate with AI and also how complex the project is, that it's just not gonna really be able to do it. But as a beginner, right, you'll be able to make a bunch of prototypes, and it'll you can make a lot of cool tools, but just know, like, as the complexity will grow, it'll become harder and harder to add new things unless it's designed the right way, and it's designed in a way that's like makes it easy to plug in more and more data. So for example, we're adding a lot more data, and as soon as we started to add mobile apps, we have to kind of redesign how our charts are generated because we need to add in new data. We need to make sure we can add more data in the future. So then we have to really understand how it's designed, and the way that it was originally designed wasn't good, right? So we spent this morning and yesterday working on that, and it's probably tomorrow too. We'll work on it too. Like, it's gonna be a thing to make sure that we can uh, achieve our goals long term. So I hope that makes sense. I think as a beginner, it's a lot of fun. Like, you can make a lot of stuff. I think the barrier to entry to learn this stuff is much lower, because before, to even see anything on the page, you kind of have to have some knowledge. Now you can actually get quick feedback. You can experiment. So I think it's a good time to learn, as long as you like it. I don't know if I'd do it if you really don't like it very much. So that's kind of the barometer. I really like it because it gives me an outlet for, it's kind of like a creative endeavor. I think we're kind of built to want to build things. This is my outlet for that. Some other people's, it might be maybe making a chair or something. Maybe they're more mechanical. They want to. So I want to store it locally. Also for the calendar, I notice it's not storing the economic calendar per user, and that's fine, but I think it's fine actually. Just leave it. I'm just making sure you're storing this locally, right? Not on the database. So I'm checking the tests. Oh, that's good to fix that. Okay, it's in our test output. Okay, cool. So we're gonna start running the tests. It'll be interesting to see what happens. ask something. Are you doing 2 attempts for every question? Just make sure that that logic there is not in the tests, because that should be something that's in the pipeline, that it's doing that. Because we want to make sure we're not messing with anything. Like, we want to know the real results, you know, coming out of the pipeline. So we're writing some tests. That should work, hopefully. Okay, stop that. Nope. I'm gonna stop the tests. No, keep it how it was. So we do want to pass that in. Yeah, this is cool. Every time it fails, it tells us everything we need to know to fix it. Yeah, no problem. I don't, you know, just try it out, right? Have fun with it, you know. In the beginning, you're just trying it out, you know, and as you go, you'll learn more and more. If you really hate it, then, you know, I don't know. Yeah, it is RJ. I'm gonna ask it. So currently, will the logs be saved of the whole test in the output? Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and save in the output the logs of the tests too, so that way we can plug this back into you. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this test because I do want to run it with the logs. Okay, so I'm going to rerun the test now that it should hopefully save some of our problems. So some tests ran, so I'm going to go ahead and look at the output. Where did it save? Back in tests. There it is. Output. Okay. It obviously there's some things to fix there, but I only used 14 years, so we'll make sure to fix that. Should use the full 100 years. This one did not work for some reason, but I think that was the one that had the error. Okay, these are the tests that just ran. This is the one that's currently running. We're getting this error a lot with the no period available. We're getting this a lot. Also, at the can you make a little script to clear the... Actually, that's fine. I just delete the output folder. That is fine. But I want to make sure, do we need this data, right? I don't want to have to maintain things that we don't need. So why do we need this? So don't make any code changes. We're just talking about it. Yes, but I know that, but I'm just asking what is this data and is it absolutely necessary to make the charts? Okay, cool. Oh, Jesus. Okay. There we go. I'm going to restart the tests. Yeah, I'm working on main branch. First, I'm going to delete the output folder. Oh, nice. So I notice the data points are only using like 10. Are we? Did we reduce these for the tests? Don't change it. I'm just wondering. It's actually not a bad idea. Just we don't need to do 100 years worth of data for the tests to make sure it's working. Sure. Oh, it's actually even better than that. We're using synthetic data. So that way we don't have to call Y Finance a bajillion times for our tests. Let's check how it's turning out here. Very cool. Looks like it's always choosing the bar chart, so hopefully it stops doing that at some point. Obviously, we'll fix the headline and stuff. It's actually much faster too than it was before. Yeah, this one broke. these all broken or? Oh yeah, these are all broken. So the rates one is messed up. Well, I'm not going to make any changes yet. I want to see. We're going to plug in the logs and the output. No code here, but I'm giving you the logs thus far in our test. Should be like a master log or something. Other than the anti-gravity, which is best to have, I use Cloud Code. So you can see I have my windows here. I have one under my profile. I mean my face as well down here. The LLM is always choosing the bar chart. These do not work. So we'll figure out what happened there. Okay, so the yield ones don't work. This one doesn't work either. Did you see any problems with this? I'm going to start by just asking it that. Let's just talk it through, no code. I mean, it could be the sample data we put in is, maybe that's what it is. Oh, I see. The synthetic data doesn't have these columns. That makes sense. For the synthetic data, can we go ahead and just pull in the data so the synthetic data is real? So just build a little script to, it should mimic our data columns and pull in the things that we need from Y Finance, just for, so that we have legit data. Yeah. Anti-gravity kind of annoys me. I like Cloud Code. We have market data. Yeah, here we go. Wait, if we have this data here, let's just use this. For the synthetic data, could we just use what's in? Just make a smaller version, call it market data test. And we're just going to pull in from Y Finance, maybe only like 10 years worth of data. But yeah, just fill this out. Well, we can just do like 5. Yeah, we'll do 10 years. Oh. I guess while we wait on some of this stuff, I can start working on deploying this database instead. So I'm gonna do that probably. While we're kind of multitask a little bit. Okay, cool. Let's see where it's stored, this test data, hopefully within tests. Let's see where to put it. Oh, they just put in market data tests. Okay. So we're going to try running the tests again with the real data. But I think first I'm going to try to fix the fact that they all come up as bar charts. So do you see our previous conversation about us talking about that they're all coming out as bar charts? I suppose so, but let's go ahead and make it. We already have a file. It's called. I'm gonna take a look at that file, but I believe it is. What? Yeah, perfect. The only thing is remove the default chart. Like there should be no default chart. I guess direct the LLM to. I'm just wondering if we should just try to do that ourselves. We just do like a random, we choose randomly because we want some variation in our charts. I don't really know if I trust the LLM to make it random. Oh, we'll ask it. Maybe just direct the LLM to choose a random valid chart and then continue based on what is valid. But let's just go ahead and feed this pattern file into the context. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and test our tests now. Test our tests. And we'll see if it chooses other things besides the bar chart. Oh. But I forgot to delete our folder, output folder. Maybe we should automate that. Just can you make it so every test run we delete the output folder? Maybe we don't want to do that. Just create a new one. Can you make it so if the output folder already exists, it just creates a new output folder? It should have the output and then the date that it was run. We're going to deploy this to Google Cloud instead because I already have all my stuff on there, so it just makes it easier. Got my keys and all this stuff, so got my projects, I'm on Firebase, so keep it all in one place. Hey, the Kenneth. Building this investment research tool. Gives you a newsletter. Gives you stuff, data and charts. And you can track your portfolio. Gives you lots of statistics. I think it's slow because we're running tests. Yeah, a bunch of statistics. Right now we're switching where we're deploying. Seeing alerts from your app. No, we do send the newsletter every day, but we need to make it scalable, which I didn't know yet. So right now just could be maybe like 10, 15 people at most. Send the email out. So, but no alerts yet. Other types of alerts. It's a pretty good idea though. No, it's not a technical tool. It's sort of like for research. It knows what kind of investor you are. And you can customize what you receive. And it'll fill this out for you. The themes and stuff you're looking for. And it'll give you some potential ideas and send it to you every morning. Let's see, what is it doing here? Just totally spazzing out. Probably gonna clear that. Alright. To wait till it finishes. We'll see what it's doing. On the other window, I'm working on deploying this to another place. So, on Google Cloud. Okay, so finished. Let's see here. All right, that took a long time for that because we just wanted it to delete them. All right, so I'm going to run the tests again. So it should create a new folder. Oh, great. That's good. This is, let's see what I put here. It says n equals 7. So what we're going to look for is first the correctness, but also if it's going to start generating some other charts. Like not just bar charts. Oh, cool. That's fun. I like one of those whale wisdom. The whale wisdom's a popular one. You could do like that. Oh, great. We got our different charts now. All right, this is going to be the ultimate test. Is this going to work with all the questions? So what we did today, we spent so much time working on our new pipeline, chart generation, simpler one. So it'd be really cool if it's way better now. We could only answer 50% of the questions before. So we're going to get a pretty good understanding of how good this is once this completes. So far, it looks to be good. This one looks particularly wrong. So we'll take a look. There's no way anything is returning. So something's happened with this one. Which one is this? Let's expand it. My guess is it messed up the periods somehow. Yeah, I think it's somehow messing that up. Yeah, something similar. Nice. Oh yeah. Oh, maybe it's just it could be just I wonder if it's just a simple problem of the percents. Like maybe the number is right. It just should be. So in all the charts, they're getting wild numbers. Can you double check the math for this? Like, don't make any code change. Excuse me. Sorry. Talking a while. Don't make any code changes for this. I'll just pass the logs so I can see what's going on here. Here are the logs. Yes, that's what I thought. Because so we hooked this up, right? We created this new pipeline, but we still have our old chart, compatible with our old stuff. Makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. Make sure you're compatible with the existing chart generation stuff. I'm going to attach that. Go through and just make sure all of our logic that we're doing in this pipeline is compatible with our old chart generation. I gotta find it now. Where is it? Codebase is getting... It's just charts. Okay, we're going to deploy it. You got to do a command on Mac. Now we're gonna run the tests again. Trash it. Should create a new one. Yes, that looks good. Okay, we will see how it does. Well, given we are only using like 7 data points, I think this chart might be right. Can you double check that these tests are actually tests? Because it is generating quite quickly. Again, it's not a lot of points, but... Hey, what's up, Alishi? You react on my song, Curdo Crickage Dollars. I think that might be not sure if that's real. Wait, what? That's really annoying. It's like, okay, I will run the whole test script to see if it's running Gemini. This is like 100 tests. I don't know, actually. Something happened with that one. I think I'm gonna exit. Do I already did it. And listen to me. One of this chart, but at least we have two different. So far, I only see one that's like obviously wrong. Just this one here. For the new pipeline, let's go ahead and make sure that that it generates. There should be a tag for chart headline and chart description. That should be very short to summarize what we're doing. So that way the headline and description show in the charts. Take a look at our current charts. We have a place to put that. I don't know, IGN on C. I just kind of like it. I enjoy it. I mean, I could see myself doing it for a long time. I think I will probably take, like, obviously during like Christmas and stuff. I'm not gonna probably do it, but. See what changes it's making. Yeah, that looks fine. Code generator. Nice. Okay. So, and I get why these don't work, I think. Okay, this one's broken too. think we're getting there here because now we got some logs for the new charts, why they don't work. Once we get all these, then we can move on to the next one. Drop. It's kind of hard to understand these charts because of we don't have the headline. Okay, I'm going to try the deploy scripts here. I'm getting the project ID. Where did I find that though? I found it. Okay, I will try to deploy it now. Okay, we gotta fix these two, but okay. Can you make sure these tests they should build up the log as part of one file? Not, I mean, you can have one for each, but there should also be a master log that it's generating. Here's the issue we came into when we did the recovery charts. I get this so I'm noticing it's modifying our old charts. I don't really want to do that. Where's this change? Recovery path. Bye. I don't see it. Any change here? I guess maybe if I cancel it, it doesn't make the change. Okay, so it did. Okay, now it shows. So I discard it. So we don't allow any changes to our existing charts logic. So whatever change you make, it has to be in our new pipeline. Which plan do you have for Cloud Code? I have the Cloud Max, $200 one. A little bit splurge, but the $100 one is honestly, it was good for probably 7 hours a day. So I think for most people that makes the most sense, in my opinion. Given the sheer amount we are doing. So this one maybe will be fixed. We'll try it in a second here. I guess I can run the script. How do I just run the recovery charts? What's the... Yeah. I forgot to do this. Okay, so it's rerunning the recovery. What the heck? Outputs to drop recovery. Okay, cool. This is fixed, I guess. That's not really what I wanted to run all the recovery tests. And it creates what's going on? Like, why is it? It just ran one test and put in the code for some reason. A little weird. No, bro. No, don't run the tests. I gotta put that in the master. Hold on, I'm gonna put that in the cloud settings. He's trying to run my tests. It's like, no. Okay, it's possible I ran the wrong test. I don't know. I'll try it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So it's creating a new folder here. Yes, perfect. That's what is expected behavior. Nice. Look at that. Okay, so we fixed this one. Now we're just gonna go to the next three. All of these problems are the same problem. It's that we made a new pipeline. It has to be consistent with our old charts, how it's passing the data. If we fix that, then I think we're good to go. Yep, looks good. Mm. Okay, let me pull up the other ones that didn't work very well. There's the seasonal ones. Okay, take a look at the seasonal ones now. Before I commit though. Six tests passing. Love to see it. Oh, good. This might be the same problem. I'm going to run this with the test recovery seasonal. Seasonal. So create a new folder. Good, it is. Very nice. So for these tests, can you explain to me the data it's using? So it got this from Y Finance, right? It's using this data, market data tests, right, for all the tests. Very nice. Very nice. That shows a different chart. It's actually good. Oh my gosh, this chart actually works. Hell yeah. Never worked before. So I'm pretty stoked right now because this is taking way less long than I thought it would take. Nice. Let's be annual returns versus drawdowns. Okay, this one didn't work. Let's figure this one out. Is this real? 2020 was... Wow. That's great. All right, let's go through the rest of them. So this one we fixed. This is the one we didn't see the logs here. Then to commit. I'm gonna go ahead and run this one again because I think we may have fixed it. It's called visualization. So I'm running this test again. Nice. That sounds right. Okay. I don't think this is right though. I don't see the asset B. Well, granted, it's just taking in, well, we should at least see it. I don't see it. So, granted, this was running when we just made this change, so I'm not totally sure if it got captured. Change. It had to have, because I don't think it could even generate the chart without. Did we already fix this? This is a new log. Check it out. Yeah, I think it maybe didn't capture. I'm gonna run it again based on what it said there. And then we'll know for sure. Don't run your tests while making code changes. Generally a bad idea. But I'm impatient. Sometimes I do it. Nice. That looks pretty good. Okay, we're going to generate a new set of questions based on questions that are hard. I'll show you. This will be a group of new tests we're going to create. This one. So what category of question is this again? I'm clarifying that it understands what we're doing. Nice, yes, exactly. Can we create a group of tests for this question, integration tests for this as well? Before you create it though, give me a list of questions that fall under this category. We're gonna clarify it understands first. Very nice, looks a little weird, but 2016. Huh. Sure, that sounds pretty good to me. Probably don't need that many. Yeah, let's just focus. Let's have just 7. Focus set of 7 out of the ones you just made. Let's make that a new test suite. We're making progress, guys. Slowly but surely. New charts. Now we're test supported as opposed to. Let's do it. Let me make sure the questions make sense though. Yeah, these are actually really fun. I like these. Why did you put it in deep dive? Just out of curiosity. Okay, running some new tests. This will be interesting. Nice. Very nice. Everything is working well. We have added, and now we're going to test all sorts of different stuff. I think we're really on our way. We're going to fix this set of questions now. I'm actually pretty stoked. These are going to be really interesting questions. Nice. Epic. Oh, yeah. Wow, it's actually pretty. Is that real? I think it is. Only two. Oh, we don't have a very large sample size because we're doing these tests, so Not that interesting. I think the reason why would this be 2020? Right, I think 2022 was horrible, right? Oh, this actually makes it easier to validate too, right? But these tests, like we're using only last 10 years or so we can actually just go look. Nice. Looks good to me. Let's fix this question now. A lot of these types of questions failed. Any idea? I think some of them are a little bit difficult, but can we solve them with our current set of on our library, our interface? These are just tests. I'll commit it. It's fine. Nice. Okay. Market data test. Yeah. Dude, this song is cool. This song gets you hyped. Broski, these are tests, so do not make those changes. Just investigate. Let me show you what's going on. How to discard this. Sometimes GitHub Desktop takes a while to load changes. So are you thinking the problem here is we just don't have enough data to answer this question based on some of the questions that failed? First off, okay, before you continue, can you actually tell me the questions that gave me no period data available? Can you actually tell that from the logs? If you can't tell that from the logs, then you should add that to the logs so that way we can get a better understanding. Could be.
When dark consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale. I'm haunted by
Oh, that's creative. So to figure out which charts are wrong, it looked at the size of the image files, and it figured out the ones that have no period data available will be smaller.
when dusk consumes the light, consumes the light.
That's funny. It's creative. No, that's a horrible idea. Okay, so is there really no way? Is there really no way we can log this type of situation? Because what's our goal right now is to figure out why that happened, right? So So definitely not, right? We're just adding logs. So our ideally we can add a log in our somewhere in there to identify what the problem is. Okay, but before we continue, what do you think the problem is based on the questions that failed?
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale, trapped in this darkened tale.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and log that. So log it, and then we're going to look at our test logs and figure out what went wrong.
Trapped in this darkened tale, trapped in this darkened tale.
Okay, let's rerun the tests. Keys, very good. Okay. Wait, what did I just send? I think I maybe sent the wrong one. Yeah, I think I sent the wrong one. That's all right. Buffett's teal. What do we call it? Is this the right test? Who knows? Maybe it's fixed even, and maybe it shows a chart that didn't work or something. Okay, same thing. So this is one example of one getting no period data available. Exactly. So it's number 2. It's the same problem as before, and it'll be an easy fix. And we'll have these really cool questions. I think it will work. And we will try it again. Nice. I know this was a hard one. Whether this worked though. I don't think that worked. Yeah, definitely not. These are the tricky ones though. So. Yeah, this is much faster than our previous method. Are you honestly speedrunning it? Just fully about, let me see, Ricardo. No, I just really enjoy this. Like, I'm honestly having, I mean, okay, to be honest, this morning I was a little, like, but honestly, like, it's like, once we start getting a little momentum, I accidentally made a mistake as far as this goes, but now we got a good process. And I know how to fix this problem, because we already did. It's about the percent. I think I just enjoy this. That's what I would say. Like, that's why I did it. You know, I did this for quite a long time with no people watching at all. So just well, like 15 people, I'd say, that would join. But anyways, okay, so. It's this, I think it's the same percent problem where we're doing a percent, we're converting it to percent before we send it to the chart generation. I think it's the same problem where we're converting it to percent before sending it to the chart generation. Let me open up. I can build a, yeah. No, I mean, that's kind of the point of this too, is like, there's going to be roadblocks and stuff. So you guys can see how I go about fixing it, I guess. This morning we had to totally rewrite our pipeline works for chart generation, and we're making good progress. In fact, I think it's better than it was before already. So I've been trying to build a small multi-node home lab. Cool. What do you? Let's see. Look that up. I don't know what that is. Kubernetes. What was it like to learn? Like, you're learning how to do this? Or are you? Oh. I'm reading about it. Okay, yeah, I guess just let me know the objective. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Logic looks right. Cool. What's the actual thing? Oh wow, this is actually right. Isn't this crazy? Oh, but oh yeah, this is right. Okay, so it's like, if you miss the best 5 trading days, your return is halved. If you miss the best 10, it's like 1/3. Miss the best 20, it's like 1/10. And percent-wise, and if you miss the best 50, you like lose a shit ton. See, that's kind of fun data. So this is the power law of, if you avoid the worst days, if you avoid the worst 50 days, your return is insane. I like that chart. Okay, so let's try to see what happened with this one. Although we have the logs now, which should tell us why this happened. So I'll just attach the logs. Running your, oh, you're running your own AI models. That's cool. Cool. I'll check my billing. Make sure I'm not going too crazy. We're gonna try with the Flash model too. After with the new pipeline to see what that will look like. See, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a coffee while this test finishes, and then we're gonna go ahead and fix the rest of these. I think this is the last of the basic questions. Let me check if there are any others. Yeah, these worked. What about this? Okay, these worked. All right, we'll fix this one. We already fixed the titles and stuff, so that's fixed. Looks like this one's broken. Okay, so this one and this one. Sorry, I gotta take another screenshot accidentally. Erase the old one. Sure. This one takes a long time for some reason. I don't really know why. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, did just generate one though. Oh, thanks, Ricardo. I used to work at Tableau, so I'm definitely a chart person too, so that's cool. Oh, this one worked. Forward returns after 20% drop. So that tells you if you should buy, I guess. But this is just a few data points because this is our test, so we purposefully limited the data points to 14. So we'll run the full thing maybe. Percentage gain required to break even after different losses. This chart is slightly wrong because you should remove the benchmark. But yeah, it's just saying after 10% loss. I mean, that's just like simple math. So I don't really know about this one. But I guess it's a good test regardless, just to see how that kind of question works. Is it done yet? How many are there? Okay, we got another one. 1 year loss probability, high versus low valuations. Probability of a -1 return starting from the top versus... Okay. I'd say this chart's a little weird though because it kind of makes it seem like it shouldn't be green, right? It should be red. Probability of a -1 year return. So it's just saying like... Yeah, it starts a little weird. We'll fix this. It's hard to understand what the heck. It's like outperforms what? Win 99%? Huh. Makes no sense. Maybe colors help. Yeah, for sure. I agree. I think the reason we couldn't do the lost decades one is because this is only like 10 years of data for the test, so can't really answer that question. 5-year loss probability after dips. What does that have? 64. doesn't make sense, right? 145% probability of loss. Look at that one's not working. Board returns after narrow leadership. I've seen this chart multiple times in other formats, so I think it's right. It's like basically if just a few select companies are doing well, you're going to get potentially higher returns on average, right? Just on average. Patience premium. These are our harder questions, so. Oh, it's done. Cool. We'll try to fix the ones that just couldn't generate. Can you identify the ones from these logs that didn't generate the right results? This is a test to see if you can figure it out. We're testing this because if it can't, we should add more logs so that way it can in the future. Figure out how to fix broken ones. So I don't always have to go in and ask it. Nice. So it actually did identify starting PE matters. Where's that one? I didn't see that one. Oh, I see that one just errored out completely. Okay, and one of them had hallucinated as some sort of object. Okay, how many of these can we realistically fix? Could we fix number 7, or is that just like possible? Oh, nice, cool. So seems like it tried to call Pandas library. I see. Yeah, let's do then. Okay. Doesn't exist. We do have PE stuff. Oh, we did. What is number 4? Okay, let's fix. We're fixing the easy ones first, and then we'll get to the number 4 and number 7. They're all similar problems. Okay, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so it says it fixed a lot of these. We will try them, but I'm gonna read it real quick. So instead of doing this like transformation thing you're doing, why not just tell the LLM to put it in the right way, so you don't have to transform what the LLM has done? Let's talk about it first. Yeah, let's go ahead and make it. We'll call it well, what do you think we should call it? We just create a new file, but what should we call the file? Wait, so how does the, before you continue, how does the LLM even know how to, are we just trying to predict what it's going to come out with? Is there really no structure we gave it? I'm pretty sure we did, so I think it's not, it doesn't know that. Oh, we're not very explicit with, yeah. Yeah, we are giving it structure. Yeah, exactly. Yes, be extremely explicit about how, let me look at this interface, oops. So where do we currently tell it to what to return? Yeah, create a separate file here. We're gonna call it chart schemas. We should direct the LLM to Before we continue though, so we probably don't need to direct the LLM to output a certain schema. Or the ones we have helper functions. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think so, right? That's why it works most of the time. It's because our schema is guaranteed to be right. Yeah, makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So let's go ahead and direct for all the charts that we don't have in. Oh, what's the point of that? Let me think. Because we can just generate the new helper functions for the rest of them. Yeah, let's just do that. Here's what I'm thinking. So right now, list all the types of situations we don't have a helper function for. Attaching the files we made this morning. I'm thinking instead we just fill it out and create the rest of the helper functions. That way it's always going to output the schema that we want. Okay, relative strength, rolling correlation. Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and create these. Add it to the... make sure the schema that comes out matches what we're going to use in for that specific question. Please note which has all the patterns, so that way you know how it has to output for the charts generation to work. There's like totally whack. Then I'm thinking for like the ones that none of the charts fit, then we'll have like a separate section. So based on the logs here, And the ones that we established did not work. Do you think it'll work now with the existing changes? I might freaking. All right. So we're going to try this first, and then I'm going to add a new category of chart. Deploying. Cool. I noticed you had something for PE. We actually do have PE for the S&P 500, etc. Look at well, I'm gonna focus on that later. I'm gonna try to fix these specific tests first. It'd be nice if I could store intermediary logs so we can work while it's. I'll just. Can you modify the tests so they store? They're writing to the log file every completed question, so that way we can look at it while it's running. trying to find my thing I'm deploying. Strange. Hmm. Yeah, I think these make sense. Hmm. I'm gonna run that one more time with these changes. First, yeah, can you go ahead and make it so the test for each question it completes, it writes to the log file so that way we can test it as we're running it? We can look at it. Okay, cool. So we have something that was deployed. These are starting to fail now. What do you think? Hmm. Instead of doing this, why not just change what's output by the helper functions instead of transforming it? Yes, please do that. But do not change the pattern so it doesn't work for other types of data, right? It should be working for all the charts that use the comparison bar. Why did you remove the simulation data though? I undo these last changes. Take a look at this file. Do you see questions that we cannot answer with our current method? So do any of them fit the simulation type question? But did you remove the simulation from the prompt? Oh, nice, it worked. Okay, I just canceled then. Very good. Okay. So we generated those two. We'll see if it works for the rest. I guess I misunderstood what it did. I thought it removed the simulation. I was confused. Turns on. Interesting. I'm currently deploying to Google Cloud. Okay. Nice. This might be right actually because we're not even using 10 years of data. Hmm. Is this right? Let me think. Spy. I mean, small caps outperformed? I don't know if that's true. Okay, I think it converted the trading days to percents or something. Oh yeah, it's still doing some weird percent stuff. Fix that. Here are the logs thus far. Try to find it. Not bad. Obviously some are weird. That kind of stuff will be at the validation step at the end, right? This one should be an easy fix though, because I think this one's just a percent thing, yeah. Where it's like we calculated percent twice. Then I'll run the full test suite and make sure nothing broke, and then we'll go through and make sure these were the hardest questions, and then we'll try the deep dive questions. We'll get all the tests working, or roughly working. It's okay if there's just still. Oh, sorry. I missed all of your questions. Sorry. Build and give a summary of. Anyways, so I'm working on a project. So pull it up here. It's for your investment portfolio. Your brief, which is like your personalized news, and you have your portfolio tracking, and you can do research. So it's like, okay, you get data every day. It emails you, and you can send it to AI, ask questions. And right now we're working on generating all sorts of different types of charts and making realistic. We're building it like a huge test suite right now to make sure we can answer all types of questions. Not all, but we're going to try for like 90%. That makes sense. So the LLM was returning percents, and then we were converting it to percents again. That's what happened here. So that's probably what happened here too, right? I'm showing days. Although this one's should be days, right? So it's partly the question, I suppose. What about this one? Let's just talk about it. Hey Smash, how's it going? I think I have an idea for this particular situation. Before I make any other changes, we're gonna run the full test suite. What's the command to run the insights test suite again? Just the insights though. But I want the flag just to run the insights. We don't want to run the deep dive tests. This pipeline needs to. Okay. Slightly annoying. Let's see. Slash. Nice. So we deployed it with Google Cloud now, so it's quite a bit faster. Look how fast it's loading compared to before. So that's kind of nice. Cool. So we can knock that out. Let me. Okay. I didn't want to run all of them though. Oh, I'll just stop it when it goes too far. Hey Dan, how's it going? Thank you. That looks good. S&P returns after NVIDIA falls. Tesla returns after a large drop. I'm going to stop it though because I want to run just the insights. I thought I was going to run the insights first. Available. I'm pretty sure I already did that one. That's the dealio here. Insights. Okay, I must have just spelled it wrong or something. All right, cool. So now we're running our full test suite again. Basically, okay, here's our situation. There's types of questions that still don't work. But I think what we should try to do is have like a default that we know the charts are really good types of questions, and then we redirect to, we'll allow the LLM to generate its own chart. It'll just look worse and be much less reliable, but maybe we warn the user about the situation, or we just don't show it. If it doesn't fit our patterns, then we just don't show. We just say, hey, we do not support this question type. Or maybe we just forward to the normal LLM in that scenario. That's, I think, what we'll do. I think that's what Perplexity does. So you can't generate the chart, just show what the LLM will show. And it's fine. Cool, so these are working. Testing light mode. I like it. I think it's cool. These all seem reasonably good. Okay, I think there's a bug. If I change the purchase date, it doesn't update the chart. Let me try adding something new. If I change it like far enough back, it doesn't, the chart, 2005. I did. Let's try maybe something 2017. I'm curious. It goes to that December 4th. Oh, it might just be limiting it to 5 years, so we don't allow it to go more than 5 years. So we can probably just fix that, because that appears to be what's going on. They appear to be all this chart. Oh, there we go. This is mostly done. Just a matter of fixing a few. We're going to run all the tests on the deep insight questions too. Once we kind of validate everything's looking good. That looks good so far. Nice, that looks good. Seasonal one, it tends to have some issues. Hmm. I think we should update the page, the upgrade page, to have all the new stuff when you upgrade. So if I click this, well, it doesn't for me because I'm an admin. I'll have to log into another account, I suppose. I do want to try changing the model to Gemini Flash. Let's try that real quick once the tests are done. And after we try again with the deep dive questions. Oh yeah, these are cool. Oh, nice. Very good. Very good. Oh yeah, we have this question too. Nice. Yeah, these look good. All right, this one's not right. So I'll try to figure out this one. See, so why would this not work? So back down, SP forwards after 2 negative. I guess it is a little bit different, right? It's like how do you even determine when to start? It'd be that January after, right? I imagine this is because there's not a lot of data points, because that seems weird. Because for tests, we just do 10 years, but still, that's a little strange. I mean, maybe. Is this real? What? No way. Let me check. There's only 10 data points, but see, where's it generating right now? Was it the recovery? Where's it generating now? It's these here. Oh no, it's these ones, yeah. These are right, so that's good. Okay, now that these are validated, I'm going to run the full deep insights one. Okay, so how do we run the deep insights question? All the deep insights questions. Deep dive. Okay, so this one didn't work. Let's see here. I think this one worked before. Let me check. Sphere greed extreme. Okay, no, this one didn't work before. Oh, it worked. Right here.
No need to speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest,
I'll investigate that one. All right, let's run the other pipeline too, or the other test suite.
To speak what moves this way. A touch of shift, the eyes delay. Within the rest, a spark took flight. You lit the dark without the light. In the hush, I feel the tone. Never sharp yet fully known. Your rhythm moves through quiet form.
Does the current deep dive questions, does that include everything on? Based on how we've currently implemented this, what do you estimate as the percent that's going to pass? And the ones that are not going to pass, why aren't they not going to? Look good so far. Is it good so far?
dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale.
Oh, we do have the data, no? And from my finance, a lot of the data.
I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale. When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes.
Looks good so far. Let's see much. There's just I'd say probably we're at maybe, we went from maybe 50% wrong to maybe 5 to 10% that are just kind of like obviously wrong. The others seem to be mostly right. So this one,
Dusk consumes the light.
I'm gonna put in the logs so I can figure out.
Consumes the light.
What is this? Oh, I see. New category.
Dusk comes.
So we don't have the earnings. However, it seems like what's happening here is the LLM is building a script that's maybe taking in the days with high moves or something, and maybe thinking that's earnings. I'm trying to figure out what exactly it did because I don't think we have earnings data. Oh, that's just saying if Apple's shitting the bed. Might be good. Okay, kind of cool. Okay, so these will probably work once we pass in the earnings data. I mean, right now they're sort of doing creative things to try to answer the question, which fine, I guess. Like the historical P ratio comparison. It's very useful to me. However, oh, okay. Sure, I can try to do that, maybe. Just have to get the data. So we have to figure out where we can get that data. I do agree with you. There's a lot of these like Ticker puts international data behind paywall. We could try to see what we can do. I'll put that in the to-dos. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of a problem for me too. I have to use Ticker, or just go read everything. But we could just have a place that's available for cheaper. Try to get some traffic off Google too. Right, these are broken. I guess these aren't strictly broken. It's just like one data point. Yeah, it just should have made it more of a line though, right? Not like a one point situation. You may have individual stock analysis or something. Pull up a stock. Like that'd be cool if I could just click in and look at stuff.
When dusk consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale.
In our current pipeline, are we not using this file in data? Can you find this file? Seems like I can't attach it for some reason. I don't understand. It's definitely there, so I'm confused. I see, it's too big. At some point, we're gonna have to like choose what data we attach into the pipeline because it'll get too big, like the schema. How do you think that should work? We have to like have kind of like a little bit of a router step there, as far as like maybe a multiple iterative process with the LLM. Start with the which data to attach. We're just ideating at the moment. So that's like longer term. Yeah, when we get too large of a data schema. Yeah, these look pretty good. Oh, this is kind of a cool chart. Amazon annual return versus drawdown. Wow, NVIDIA is insane. Okay. So we gotta fix this. This is a multiple. We've seen this multiple times, so try to not have one point on this chart. We can go ahead and implement this next part, which we designed a plan for this morning. All right, so now that we've implemented pipeline 2, V2, we're going to implement this new, we're going to call it today's brief pipeline V2. And it should be what's described in this document. It's going to have all the steps there. Its main job is to generate the questions and then use the pipeline, then validation. The validation step should make sure, number one, there's not 0 occurrences. Number two, it's going to look at the actual image of the chart. We're going to send that to the LLM as an image. We're going to say, hey, does this chart make sense? It's going to be an extra validation for us before we publish it in the brief. Kind of like a sanity check. But we'll also look at it ourselves probably. If, at least in the beginning, right? If it doesn't make sense, the passing it to the LLM to validate is the final step. But before that, there should be an iterative process in that validation step. Before you continue, update the doc, update the documents, and we're going to read it. Microsoft has outperformed. Lots of returns in years after NVIDIA outperformed by SPY. Relative return of what? They can SPY, but returns after Apple lags QQQ. Gotta fix this chart. Visa versus MasterCard performance spread. Hmm. Okay, this one failed. Apple monthly returns. It's our first failure, actually, or like real failure. The deep dive questions, so that's good. Okay, so create a new document. We're going to take a look at this. Okay, the validation steps I think are fine. I think you should update this document with what's currently in. The questions that we have been generating have been really good. Like I like the questions. So you should make the prompt probably pretty similar to how this is working. And you do back in Python. We're using I use TypeScript, Next.js, and a Tailwind for the styles. So updating, we're making a plan. Let's see how the rest of these charts are looking. Okay, weird. I don't know how this one was even able to be answered. Yeah, so some of these charts are not working. Kind of, it's expected though. Let's go historical. I feel like this one should work though. I don't know why. So I mean, what framework? So I'm using Next.js for the front end there. TypeScript for. So we're updating our plan here. We're going to read it. So we are making a few changes, right? So like, take a look at what do we call it? Wow, this code base is getting kind of big. Can't even find it. Oh, here it is. We're kind of adjusting this, so the question pipeline is much simpler now. It's just going to be like generating the questions. So a lot of the stuff you had in that doc we're no longer doing. But I was just saying the prompt that we're using to generate the questions is really good. So you should basically just do that and drop the rest that we are no longer using. From which country? From the US. Sorry, I missed your message. Joni. So let's relook at the tests. So cat returns after Vic spikes. That's kind of fun. So this is a good question because it's like, it kind of validates if you're wondering, hey, is this a defensive company in an uncertainty? The answer is yes. It's not really like a super hard question, but it's kind of fun. Rate hikes for Scuts. Annualized Goldman Sachs returns when 10 years are falling versus rising. So I mean, it shows, hey, this has validated. This is a reasonably good defensive company, I guess, for this particular scenario. JPM forward returns when I don't know what HYG is, and it performs, don't know what that is either. But cool. Coca-Cola. 1 month to 3 month. So again, kind of defensive company, right? Apparently. Nike performance after yield spikes. Oh, it actually underperforms. So this would be an example of it not being, at least on the 1 year. Can't really read the dotted line, so we should fix that. Yeah, the dotted line's too, it's like behind everything. Doing default React, nice. Next.js, I don't know. I would say use it if you're gonna do both server and front end on the same project. That's a good use case for it. It's very good for like prototypes and things. From New York, nice. Cool, Joni. So it's kind of fun. I mean, this just validates a really obvious thing, right? Which is like, if you own an oil company, it's correlated with the price of oil. It's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. At least we know it's doing the right thing. So Apple returns after, see, this is fun too, right? So what is the average forward return of Apple when the Chinese ETF plunges? Because Apple has a lot of Chinese factories. So it shows that it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Apple tends to do well regardless. So, you want to show chart? Asking. Oh, sorry. What did you say here? It's probably California. No worries. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Washington. Not California, but it's another good guess. Okay, so we're going to read this document again. See, hopefully I got it right this time. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yes, that's correct. Yes. I'd say that all makes sense. The only thing I'd say is like, can you make sure to include whatever prompt in the current question engine that is generating our questions? Because it generates pretty good questions. So we just want to keep some of that, right? That was generating those questions. Because it was a good, we took time to make that. Why do you have 4 terminals? Well, usually when I'm kind of like doing a bunch of UI stuff, I'm usually like running a bunch, doing things, various sides of on the application. But I just want to focus on this at the moment, which is my tests that are running, and I go through and see what it's generating. And I'm currently making a plan for the next part on this one. But sometimes I'm running more at the same time. Just not right now. So it looks like this is our second failure. It's possible we just don't have one of these companies in our data set. So targets returns after Walmart and Amazon falter. So this is fun too, right? So you know that, hey, if the competitors are not doing well, Target tends to do pretty good. So maybe you want to play this idea like you think Amazon's about to struggle for some reason. You're like, hey, I don't know. It's just interesting. It's not really predictive, right? It's just like, okay, cool. That makes actually some sense. So let's see, did it finish yet? Okay, now we're still running. What are we running still? Oh, we're making a new one called corporate. Yeah, thanks, West. You're right. Terminal. It's local LLM. Yes, it is better for Git Copilot. Yeah, Copilot's pretty bad. So I would recommend to switch. Maybe one day they'll get it. Right now I'm using Cloud Code Opus 4.5. It's pretty good. Still, you know, I mean, it's good. You can do a lot of things. So Disney returns after big Netflix months. It's kind of fun. So if you were trying to validate the idea of like how important is Netflix's performance to Disney's performance, right? You're like, hey, is streaming that important to how Disney will do? It shows that maybe a little bit, maybe, but eh. Apple versus Microsoft relative strength, performance ratio. So it's just kind of like a correlation kind of thing. Now let's look at the corporate one. So Apple returns after dividend increase. Shows it's not really, just sort of whatever. Google returns after buyback news. There's only 5 data points though, because we're on our test. So all the charts I'm showing, just note that we don't have a lot of data points because of the tests. We limit the data points because we're running a test right now to so they run faster. So they're also easier to validate when they use less points. So these are not like particularly like statistically like useful, but it's helpful for us to look at. But overall, I'm pretty happy with this. So this morning, I mean, just so you guys know, like 50%, probably over 50% were total disaster. And we redesigned it today. And now it looks like we're getting probably 90% of these are working. So this is good. Looks like this is our 3rd failure. Again, this one's probably, maybe we, I don't know what happened here. So we have 3 failures out of our 120 so far. I think there were a few others that weren't very good though, so we'll maybe make that like, it's more like 5. So Tesla posts split performance. It's actually kind of surprising. I thought for some reason that these tend to like spike on splits, even though it doesn't make sense that it does, but we'll validate that maybe. I don't know if we actually even have that data that's when it splits, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. Do we have stock split data? I don't understand how we're even making this chart. Is this in Y Finance? MacBook model. Mine came 2 days ago. Nice. Cool. Sounds good, man. Yeah. Should get people to sponsor me, man. Jesus. I'm just kidding. No, it's good. I mean, it does everything I want. I like, you know, it's doing streaming, it's doing all this stuff. So, and it's a small model. I mean, small computer, 13-inch. Yeah, I wonder if it's hallucinating this because I don't know how we would have the stock split data. Maybe it's like, maybe it knows, maybe the LLM model knows the stock split data. So when it generates the script, but we don't want it. We don't want to do that because it knows what it said it's true. We want to pass in the data. So oh, it's hard coding the dates. Oh, okay. Well, that's not that bad because like eventually we're gonna have the data. It's just a matter of like it's very difficult to change from Windows to Mac OS. For me, 13-inch, yeah. Yeah, it's usually pretty good. Granted, I like the 15-inch. I used to have the 15-inch, but like you said, if you're someone who travels a lot, and also I'm not really sure it's, you know, price-wise, if it justifies the... Honestly, like you could couple it with a desktop computer, you know, if you really want like a really powerful thing. I might do that honestly at some point, but like I said, until I really need to, don't really know why I would. Maybe for gaming or something. But I don't really game too much anymore. So. Let's see, so it's hard coding this. I'm just gonna see where it hard coded it. Oops. What was that? It's a dog. Okay, so test. Oh, not here. Where are you seeing this? I don't see it in the code base. Strangeness. Oh, it actually looked at the logs. Huh. Nice. Yeah, that's smart. So what happened here, although we don't have the data, we pass it into Gemini. It knows the stock split data. So it made this chart even though we don't have it. Like not the best, but it's like okay. I guess it you know, it's fine. Once we pass in the real data, it should work. I think it is real data too. It's probably right, but still. It's not always going to be right. Anyways, I think the test finished. Oh, yeah, so I think it's pretty good. So now let's go ahead and continue our plan here. I'm going to see if it updated with the, oops, the new prompts. I don't see it. Oh, it's down here. Nice. Good. So we wanted to keep this prompts in our new question pipeline that we're making. We're redesigning this. It's much simpler now, but we want to keep this because it's really good. We really like the questions that it generated. Yes, that's exactly. Yes. I'll probably remove this part. This is kind of just hard coding some stuff. So. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Top news. Right now I'm debating whether we should separate this out, like this part where we're like creating the news and all this stuff, do a separate section, or if we just keep it all in the same. It's small enough, I think it's fine. Just keep it all in the same, like the news overview that we're doing. And but I do want to figure out, we do have an AI insights, AI portfolio analysis section, so I just want to know where that is, because I don't know. So I noticed like we don't have the AI portfolio analysis in this new question pipeline. Where is that in our code base, and when does it run? Like, point me to the master script for the today's brief so we can see like what all is running. It's very difficult. Oh yeah, I saw that. Cool. I'm gonna sign in with a new account. I haven't done that in a while, so I'm gonna see what it looks like these days. Okay, yeah, I'm currently going through the flow. Everything looks roughly fine. This thing's taking a while, man. Oh, I remember now. The AI portfolio analysis, we made it a button, so it's not even connected to the today's brief, so I can cancel this. I'll just keep it a button for now. It's just a little simpler. You press it and it does the AI analysis on your portfolio. We just need a refresh button. We're going to call it. Don't touch any existing code. We're going to make this totally scoped. But look at how. Go ahead and integrate it with the. go ahead and make a bunch of tests, integration tests that we can use to validate what you've done. So I'd say if I was starting this project from scratch, I would actually changing my course on tests. Okay. If I would have started from scratch with the hard stuff, adding a test, I think that would have saved me a bit of time, actually, end of the day. So. I have an idea too. I'm gonna do while we're waiting. I'd like to make it so I can upload an image and it will generate. It's kind of like, okay, so right now we're using the three of the today's brief images to generate the tweets. I want to have another section where it's like I can upload my own image and it's going to generate the tweet based on the image in the same exact way as the others are working.
When dark consumes the light, consumes the light.
Okay, we did this and it actually worked pretty well. I'm happy about that. We probably failed maybe.
I'm haunted by echoes,
So total,
trapped in this darkened tale.
it's pretty good.
I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale. When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes.
Now that we implement it, we can do this. So let's go ahead and implement this in the question v2 pipeline. Actually, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait on that because it's working. So I'll touch it for the moment.
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this dark content, trapped in this dark content, trapped in this dark content. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this dark content, trapped in this dark content.
The reason why I'm doing this for this tweeting area is we actually did generate some cool stuff today. I actually want to tweet some of it. So this one's a pretty good one. I like the Apple one. Where is it? Not this one. This one's fun. Yeah, I like this one. So I'll tweet this one, and then that's our marketing thing. So now we're creating all the integration tests for our today's brief V2. We totally revamped that today. Both sides of it. The chart generation appears to be maybe 90% can answer our 120 questions. We know what the limitations are at this point, but I have an idea of maybe like if we know the question's not going to work, then we will let the LLM try to generate the chart. It's either that or we just forward it to the LLM. We just don't even try to generate the chart. I think either is acceptable. I think maybe I'm leaning towards the second one. The user sent a chat, and we feel like the chart that it generated was garbage. Then we just forward it to the LLM. So we just have an additional validation step. I think that makes sense. Because like, I think it's going to be hard to cover 100% of the questions they're going to ask. I think now we're maybe at 80 to 90% of like, you can't do like complex of like 10 different correlations probably, although I haven't actually tried that. Maybe it probably won't, I think, actually. That actually wouldn't be that hard, so maybe we could do something like that, like multi-asset, like 5 to 10, and just line chart things. Right now I think it's just like 2 or 3. But I don't think that would be that hard to add, actually. Might already work. I'm not sure. Anyways. Ports. Sure. Wait, is it running the test? I don't really want to run the test. Okay, I see. All right, I don't really like this one. I'm gonna try an experiment with the music. I want to get rid of the shaking of the song of these particular songs. I think it might be a little better. I can make it more like a. Nice, I think I did it. Not really my vibe, but not bad. Interesting. Thought that was going to keep going. I'm gonna try something else to make it a little like.
I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this darkened tale.
Nice. Well, I kind of misunderstood what we were doing here. We'll see if it works, I guess. Annoying. Okay. Okay, I don't like the song either. Hey, how's it going? I'm Rita. I'll send it to you if you like. Right now I'm generating songs. I'm trying to make good ones.
When dusk consumes.
Alright, so this is the tweet we generated here. Not bad. We gotta fix the image though.
When dusk consumes the light.
Can you hook it up so it sends the tweet just like you know, post to Twitter just like the other buttons do on that page?
Don't ever fall. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened tale.
Don't really like that one either.
When dusk consumes
I'm gonna switch to the ones we have. You know, are
consumes
pretty good.
the light.
Okay, we're gonna try to run the tests. See how they go. On the new pipeline we created for the today's brief.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars, I carve my way. The world's alive. I won't obey. Beneath the stars.
No, this test suite's just generating. We have tests. So let's run the other one. Today's brief V2.
Beneath the stars.
There we go. Right. We definitely have this, so I'm confused. I guess I'll run and install again.
Inhale, slow. consumes a light. Does come.
Okay. Good, it's running now. Okay, so we're gonna get our tests. Is it outputting anything, or is it just gonna show us it passed? Also, how many tests did you make? Okay, let me check this real quick. I believe it is here. Waiting for the thing to... Let's try the test again. Nice, that worked. Cool. So we'll have it run its tests. How many tests did you make for this? Cool, we're gonna do our tweet. Can you make it so I can drag in an image too? So it's not just upload, I can drag it in to the spot. No, 14 tests. That's not too bad. Let's see if they pass. Is that actually running the question pipeline for these tests. Okay, runs it with one question.
No need to name what moves like this. A glance, a pause, a subtle shift. But
Okay. Nice. Good. Okay. It's not a great tweet, so I'm not going to do that one. What do you make of this? That's pretty good. I haven't seen a scatter plot in a really long time. V2 of today's brief. Let's see. All right, cool. So I think we've done quite a bit today. To summarize, before I head out, we rebuilt the pipeline. It can now answer most of the questions. 120. There's like 5 or 10 that fail. We're redoing the today's brief pipeline, basically just making that a lot simpler now. But that should work pretty soon. So we'll pick that up tomorrow. And we deployed on Google Cloud. instead of render, so it's much faster. But yeah, that's what we did today. And we also made this panel where I can just put in images and tweet as opposed to. So the cool, we built this huge test suite today and just generating tons of different charts. And the best ones, over time, I'll just be tweeting them. This one's kind of, so it's a decent one, but we got some others too. Cool. So I'm gonna head out. See you guys. Oh, it looks like my screen froze for a little bit. I'm gonna check here. One second here. I'm gonna check something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. But yeah, it's that's what we worked on. We got quite a few things done.